Well, 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 well. Well, 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 well. What a day today. Holy shit. Really wacky day today, huh? Yeah, Crazy. Today has been a day, I have to say. It's a real wacky one today. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Oh, man. Well, I'm glad all this shit is happening today, on the day before I go hang out with people and touch grass tomorrow. God, tomorrow there will be no stream tomorrow. I will be, as I said, touching some fucking grass. Very cool, very good. So that's cool. Oh, man, dude. Oh, dude. What a crazy day, man. He went on 60 Minutes right after to talk about fucking Zohran. Oh my fucking lord, bro. It's crazy, man. I have, like... I'm just at a loss for words, dude. It's fucking really wacky what we are seeing right now. I'm genuinely fucking shocked, man. Jesus Christ, bro. Fucking cinema, man. Absolute fucking cinema. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just shocked, dude. Genuinely fucking surprised. idea how this could have fucking happened, dude. What a wacky day today has been, I have to say. Very, very wacky. Well, crazy, crazy fucking shit, bro. Genuinely fucking insane. You know, maybe I should have just said that this is a total Mamdani victory. You know, it's total Zohran victory. President of the United States Mogged, and the DSA supported candidate, or DSA member as well, Mogg's President of the United States of America. Man, Marjorie also gone as well, dude. It's actually insane, bro. Meanwhile, my dumbass, in the meantime, I set up a perimeter so now I can pollute to my heart's content. And I made a bigger power plant that can now get rid of the stone automatically itself. So that is no longer an issue. We got a pretty decently big power plant. 4 megawatts. We do not need this shit anymore. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Also, I learned that these large electric poles, these things can also be placed on, like, lava and shit, which is pretty insane. The only other thing that I think we're going to need for this area is some heating, so we can have automated repair and radars down. That's really the only thing left. Well. boy, man. Don't need to train for natrocarbonite. Might need for the fossils. I already know the foundry is going to be better. The foundry be frozen? Yeah, that's what it looks like, frozen. That looks nice, actually. Let's see. Do some comparisons here. This doesn't make any of the stuff we want with, So this thing is similar to the electromagnetic plant. Of course, the mechanical forge. It's like an assembly machine. However, it can also, I think, make... Yeah, it can also make molten recipes. So, I don't know, let's just do this. So we can make molten iron from lava. Because we have molten lava. Yeah, it's like, it's not even a comparison. I mean, this one pollutes a lot more, but like... way more fucking production. One less module slot, but that fucking crafting speed makes such a big difference. I mean, it's not even close, right? Why would I use the mechanical forge, which I still have to loop fuel back into, to make it work? Yeah, sure, it doesn't take any power, but power is not a problem on this planet. The only concern is being able to make water. And that's the only concern. There's recipes on this planet that give you water. Like, you're supposed to use the convector and the mechanical forge, but the foundry is just so much better. go through the additional logistical hassle of using the fucking foundry instead. The only benefit of the mechanical forge and the other thing is the convectors, the fact that they can't get frozen. Like, this thing's not frozen. But it's just not as efficient as the fucking foundry. It's just not as good. So why use it? And it's all because of that crafting speed. 4 crafting speed is so high. And that's just baseline. Oh yeah, sure pollutes a lot, but like, eh? Like, honestly, it's just kind of eh. Who cares about pollution? Like, eventually I could just import in a bunch of artillery. I mean, we can make tungsten here, right? Now, you make one of the things here makes tungsten, so you can just import in artillery shells. It's like, it doesn't matter. I think I'm just gonna use foundries. Like, there's lava. You can make calcite through fossil processing, right? Don't know how we're gonna make sulfuric acid, though. Not sure how we're gonna kickstart that off, though. That's a different problem. Carbon, stone, water, petroleum. So carbon, stone, water, and petroleum. You can only do this in an oil refinery. What this allows you to get is sulfur. With sulfur, then you can make sulfuric acid. Yeah, okay, so basically, to get started with something, I suppose. I'm trying to think the best way of approaching this. You need to be able to heat up oil refineries. These, you can't use coal synthesis with any of the other shits. This you can use convectors to just make iron plate and stone directly. But why do this when the mechanical forge, you have lava available, and you can also get calcite from the processing directly. Let me take a look at this fucking recipe. Let's do a comparison to the foundry. What's better? Let's just cast iron plates. 3.75, okay. This recipe is better. That's a lot more plates that you're getting. A lot more bang you're getting for your buck right there. However, you are getting 2 instances of productivity when you make the molten metal. And other shit. I don't know. I still think that overall, because, like, you can also use this thing to make this shit, but I don't think you ever want to use... Like, why would you ever want to use the mechanical forge for this? It's a little weird. I think you always use the convector for the... I mean, the baseline 50% productivity. It's just that its crafting speed is not as high. There's very little molten iron investment as well. Okay, why don't we just do, like, LDS comparisons? So this can cast LDS using molten metals. That's not even comparable, man. Not even close to being comparable. Because why would you want to use the standard, like, oh, use the copper plates and the steel? No. Just use molten metals. That's so much more efficient. And it's going to be easier for us to transport because of insulated pipes. I'd much rather use as many fluids as possible rather than solids. Like, albeit, belts don't seem to freeze on this planet, which is very convenient. Whereas normally on Aquilo they would. So it's not as difficult to use belt-based stuff on this planet, but I think we'd prefer still to use as many fluids as possible. I still think that's better. I definitely still think you want to use as much fluid as possible. Because then that won't necessitate as much heat pipe. Won't have to make as many lava cake. Because for my strategy to keep the base warm, we're probably going to have a convector making lava cake. Because again, we can just pipe lava. Like, that's easy. I still think the foundry is going to be superior. Just for making all of our metal products. What about circuits? Let's go green circuits. Fuck it. 6 per second. The convector can also make circuits. It's half as good. And it's all because of that crafting speed. Right? Otherwise, these buildings are the exact same. And the electromagnetic plant pollutes less. Like, why use this thing when you have the EM plant? Even if you put it in productivity. I'm gonna do this, the standard thing. 714. It's all that crafting speed. That crafting speed just makes a world of difference. It's weird. That crafting speed, though. I don't know. I think we should just use molten metal for this. I do think we should just use molten metal for all of this. Just use a fluid bus. Use the foundries to make molten metal. With the calcite that we're going to make from the fossils. Make a bunch of molten metal. And just go from there. I think that's just superior. I'll be honest. I guess that's just how overpowered the fucking foundry is as a building. Just breaks everything else. Why am I hiccuping so bad? I think we just definitely have to use the foundry. I think the only benefit of the convector, for example, over the foundry is that it definitely consumes way less electricity. I think this place is meant to be a low electricity place, considering the fact that there is not a lot of water. But we have ways, there's ways around that. Because, like, this shit right here, this thermal lake stuff, that's not a big yield. That's a pretty small yield. The only other yield for a thermal lake that we found was not very high. Oh, we have another. Okay, we found some more. Found another yield. If we have to bring in water, for example. But again, not a very high yield. That's pretty low. Man, thermal lakes on this area, not very common. Water, stone also, not very common on this planet. Very gleba in that respect. Well, not so much in terms of water. Water on gleba is fucking everywhere, but in terms of stone, stone is like non-existent. Or at least it's supposed to be. Basically non-existent. We are kind of stinking up the place, though. I find it funny how the lava cake is consuming pollution, but also emits a ton of fucking pollution. That's very funny to me. Truly the duality of man kind of a situation here. I mean, as soon as we get rocket fuel, let's use that instead. Don't know how we make rocket fuel, though, on this planet. I mean, that's petroleum, that's not light oil or anything. Lubricant. A ton of steam. Could use that for power as well. But it's only for steam engines. It's not great. Huh. It's an interesting dichotomy we're working with here. I think I will use... I mean, because we do have a source of calcine, right? We do. We have a way to be able to make calcine. That's with the fossil processing. So why don't we just do that? That just seems like the natural thing to do. It's gonna take forever for us to clear out all this stupid shit, man, with all this fucking rocks everywhere. That's a fucking project and a half in of itself. The amount of suit electricity it consumes. we are definitely going to need more insulated pipes. That's without a question. And I feel like something that you can just do, because of the convectors, and this is something you can do in terms of just keeping the place rather frosty, shall we say. You can just basically anywhere where there's some lava nearby, you can just slap down a convector right by a heating tower. We're gonna tap probably this place, pipe everything back with the insulated pipes. It's not that far from the base. Set up processing for Natoro carbonatate, because we kind of need sulfur. We need sulfuric acid if we want to do fossil processing. Kind of need that shit. And this is probably gonna be my strategy. Because we can just take one of these things, because you just plop them down anywhere. They just need power. And that's not too hard. I mean, we're going to have to bring power to this whole overall area, but that's not too difficult. Right? We got these large electric poles. These can't be frozen, obviously. I guess the only criticism of the using lava to make molten metals idea is the fact that it does make a byproduct of stone, and that byproduct of stone not going to be very reliable. And that, and also the idea that we can with the foundries themselves, they need to be heated in order to stay active. But like I said before, that's not that big of a deal, because my idea to remedy that basically is just going to be convector, stick one of these right beside it. Like, that's it. Very easy. Again, we can just pipe lava. We're going to have lava probably a part of the bus, and we're probably going to be putting a bunch of these around all over the place. Lava cake, while it is in the convector, can't spoil, which we're going to use to our advantage. Only when it comes out of the machine it starts spoiling. So we're just probably going to use a condition on the inserter. I mean, we don't have to do it here because we just have this all automatically taking the stone that it makes. We can also siphon this stone off and just use it for, well, normal shit. Because they want you to take this stone that gets spoiled from the lava cake in order to make bricks, in order to make the fucking... To use the recipe of just making plates directly. But you still need calcite to do that. Still curious. I think actually I have a better comparison directly. That's with copper plate production. Copper plate production, because of the Egress science, also has productivity into it. I have a lot of extra productivity for this. Lots of extra productivity. .25. I think that recipe still beats it out. Yeah, I mean 7.5. I mean 7.5 is really, really high. 17.5, 13.7. I really don't know what I want to use here. This does consume quite a bit of stone brick. 3.7, 3.5 is a lot, and this is, again, just molten metal. When we could be using that brick for anything else. Mostly for concrete. And this is a system that can very, very easily back up because of extra moving parts. So why have all these extra moving parts when we can just eliminate that? I don't know. I feel like it's just probably better to just use molten lava and then just get rid of excess stone. Just throw it back into the lava. I really do think the foundry is probably better. Yeah, sure, we have to heat the foundries, but again, with our convector trick, that's not going to be too difficult. That's easy. I think I'm just going to use foundries. Yeah, I think I'm just going to use foundries to make all my molten metals. We just have to get calcite, which it's not too hard. Takes a little bit of a process, but I don't think it's that bad. Also, it lets us make it such that we can use just a lot more metals, or molten metals, which I think is just better. I have so much fucking random ass ore, man. I think the only problem with this is just going to be the amount of power that we consume. I mean, because if I compare this to mechanical forges, I have the exact same recipe. I mean, it's night and day, man. Yeah, it consumes less lava and less resources overall, but who cares about consuming lava? That shit's unlimited. It's infinite. Who cares about consuming calcite? That shit's super cheap. Super cheap. I really do think that this is just more worthwhile. I need some efficiency modules. Another thing that's worth considering is that these insulated pipes are shorter terms of their length as well. It's another thing to also have to consider. I really cannot get over just how fucking Spyro sounding this fucking goddamn music is. It's so Spyro coded. They're saying that this is some of the most Spyro coded ass music on the fucking planet, folks. We love Spyro the Dragon, don't we, folks? Alright. For the piping of all shit. Grab normal fast inserters. Everything's frozen. Son of a bitch. Do this because these things need this anyways, so it's fine. We need to weave in the heat pipes in here somehow anyways. Although, honestly, we could just have used long-handed inserters. But this is fine as well. Might as well. Use the fastest when we can. We're probably going to be using a lot of long-handeds. Eventually. That's without a shadow of a doubt. Well, let's have the two converge in the middle. Can't be having our fluids mixing. That'll be our molten metals. And besides, I think it's better to do it this way because, again, we have lava. And I do think that this is probably just a better process. It just makes more molten metal overall than I think the mechanical forge does. Although the mechanical forge is technically speaking easier to wield. Although the problems with the mechanical forge is that it just doesn't... It's a bit more of a logistical nightmare to utilize because you have to use the lava cake. This thing is a bit more of a logistics sort of tumble nuisance to get off the ground. But the fact that this thing basically has a recipe for seemingly everything, even fucking tungsten, is actually very interesting to me. Perfect. And for the heating towers, probably want 2 of these. It's gonna keep everything heated. calcite to enter. And the fact that these, we have this insulated pipe, it definitely makes our job an order of magnitude easier. You don't have to have, provide heating for all this shit is very good for us. I think we only need one convector for both of these. Just do something like this. We'll get some initial to kickstart the process to kick in the balls. It's pretty easy though. That's not too hard. Just getting some initial sort of heat going. It's gonna stink up the place initially by quite a bit. As the whole process, everything kicks into gear, but eventually it'll level off. Not be as stinky. I think I am more overall concerned about power concerns. Because again, we don't have a lot of water. Water is a bit of an issue. Bit of an issue. I am out of heat pipe. Oh boy. If there's one thing we need to automate immediately on the creation of this planet, it is fucking heat pipes. Because we are going to need a butt-fuck ton of that shit. So many pipes. We need a lot of pipe. Everything is pipe. Don't want to send those down. Pipe. Pipe, give to me, please. I think how I'm going to do this is, I think I'm going to basically have these, heating towers probably every 3 intervals, something like that. Similar to what I would do with roboports. I'm going to do the same thing with the convectors and stuff. It appears this thing is too full of all these random fucking ores and shit. Let's remedy that. Almost out of ice in here. That could present a little bit of a problem. soon have to start tapping this specifically. Alright, how much water do these consume per second? 123 per second. So about 200 water per second. These definitely produce way, way more. Well, well, well. If it isn't that son of a bitch, Boy Meets Minnie. You missed all of the talking I was doing about how today is a... Oh boy, it's been a day. Like... Not just that. I mean, it honestly, like, total Mamdani victory. Like, total Mamdani victory. I guess I was also constantly talking to myself about, like, man, how exactly do I want to logistically take care of this stuff? And I pretty much settled on, I think I want to use foundries. Well, I have to also take care of all the stone as well. Right. We could just use our stack inserters for that. That's actually not too bad. Well, here's the thing. The inputs for this are a lot higher, and the calcite consumption on this is much higher, but the plate production is higher. In comparison to the foundry, it's half. However, the logistical output, because I'd rather have everything be liquid-based than have to deal with fucking belts as much as possible because of these insulated pipes. Sure, I can put stuff on belts, which is a benefit of this planet in comparison to, say, Aquilo. With Aquilo, this would be frozen. On Lemures, not the case. Not frozen, which is nice. Also, I have to be wary of the fact that the undergrounds for insulated pipes do not extend as far. Not to say that these won't see any uses nowhere. These are definitely going to see these. To ensure distribution of heat, what I'm going to do is I'm basically just going to utilize the convectors and the lava cakes that they can make, like, basically every 3 cycles, I suppose. Because, again, we can just put... This shit is unlimited. Lava, if you also have calcite to abuse with, is the most powerful thing on the fucking planet. Very powerful. It's fucking broken. Disgustingly broken. However, its main fucking limit is fairly obvious. You just gotta get the calcite there somehow. Getting calcite on this planet, it's not that bad. You need sulfuric acid, though, to get calcite. It's a little weird with the fossil processing. So with sulfuric acid and a fossil, you get 3 pieces of calcite, rhenium dust, water, and sulfur. A lot of fuck-ass byproducts. A lot of fuck-ass byproducts, very, very, very little time. This power plant's pretty much going to be good. We don't have to really concern ourselves with this thing. It's self-sufficient, blah, 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 blah. The only problem with it is just... getting the water for it is going to be an issue. Luckily, all these processes do make a lot of water. We can divert all of that, of course, into power production, blah, 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 so then we don't have to rely too much on this. Because the yield on this thing is rather low. It'll last a while because of all of our productivity bonuses on it, but, you know. I'd rather use all the fuck-ass byproduct water that we're going to be making. It's going to be a lot of circuit logic and a lot of finagling with numbers and whatnot. Also, a thing I discovered about lava cake. Lava cake, while in the convector, does not spoil. So basically, I'm just going to say, if there is a piece of lava cake that's inside this fucking thing, don't put it in. We'll see if this works. We don't care about the temperature at all. But yeah, but as proof of concept, let's just start making some. Let's just start making some lava cake in these convectors. Just put a fuck ton of these. It doesn't matter. Okay, we're gonna make sure that we always keep the lava with us. So here, proof of concept. That in BC. Oh no. So you see how the so normally the lava cake would spoil, while in the convector doesn't spoil. Does not spoil. And then I take it out, it starts to spoil. So only enable / disable this if it equals 0, I think. There could be a whole ton of reasons why it works this way. The first thing I'm definitely going to automate on this planet is the creation of heat pipe. That is definitely for certain. I don't want to keep constantly shipping that shit in. It's going to be annoying. But yeah, let's start turning on this shit. override stack size. I want the stack size to only be 1, please. Because I only want these to be put in 1 at a time. I want 0 instances of these heating towers having any fuck-ass byproducts in there. I don't want to deal with the stone. Do not want to deal with it. So you're only going to be allowed to put in things 1 at a time. And that should be basically perfect, because I don't give a shit about this thing being constantly working. I don't care really all that much about pollution, because the neighbors are about to start absorbing some of it. Like this nest right here. Evolution factors are already at 0.12. It's fine. Whoops. Read temperature's not gonna do anything. But yeah, this thing's starting to wake up now. Slowly, but surely. It'll wake up eventually. This design is pretty tileable, so I'm quite happy with this, how it's come out. Now, question, do splitters need to be heated? What's the verdict on splitters? Yes, figured. Okay, that's normal. Splitters need to be heated, because we need to now make sure that all of the excess stone gets tossed. Here should be perfectly fine. Definitely want to do this with normal belts. Output priority here. Might as well put the stone in between these two. Don't want to use long-handed inserters for this. You want to just directly insert this shit. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's just a quirk with this planet. To make it not as big of a pain in the ass, they're deciding to let the belts have heating. I think that's just the mod creator just giving you a bit of a hand. Quickness we probably should take care of right here. That won't be hard. These guys take a fuck ton of damage from Tesla weaponry. What's up, idiots? Dead. So I don't know. I have no idea how the belts are working. Okay, so that's our molten metals. What do I need for heat pipe? Steel and copper. Steel and copper, eh? So that's definitely the first thing we want to be making. Whole lot of steel, a whole lot of copper. A whole lot of heat pipe, so then I don't have to keep fucking going back to novice. That is annoying. Alright, that's everything awake. Okay, we probably want to take care of this shit now, because before we can even think about getting started, we need sulfuric acid. Because the only way we can get our hands on calcite is with sulfuric acid. So we need this natrocarbonatate shit. To make that for us. That's not ideal. Oh, I'm so slow now. Ugh, if you thought our rig was bad in terms of bot usage, energy usage, this planet is so much worse. Oh, we got a good amount of ice. Stick it in there. You know, the other thing that we could do, unironically, is also set up a nuclear reactor. We have a lot of... Yeah, we have a lot of U-235 and a lot of nuclear fuel cells. If we ever needed to make this clean, I could stick a nuclear reactor right in the middle of this shit and just use that instead. Nothing really stopping me from doing that, and it'd be a better source of heat. Be a lot less pollution as well. And here they are, they're starting to absorb pollution. Maybe that would have been better. Where is you? God damn it, you're stole from here, you fucking bitch. That's not the end of the world. That is annoying. They don't seem to really be doing much of anything. The biters, that is. I don't know why I decided to do all this highly convoluted shit for no fucking reason. I'm gonna just do this. Just use a nuclear reactor. When in doubt, just use a nuclear reactor. Okay, okay. Nuclear reactor done. And here's the thing, we can always just add more to it. That's not too difficult. Very easy. Alright, go pick it up. So what I can always do is I can just add 4 head just more. Let me think. How many heat exchangers? 4. This is 24. 4 by 424. I think that's definitely not good for the nuclear reactor ratios. 4 should only be 16. Wait, no, it's a 2x2, right? Yeah, this is a 2x2 reactor. We can support... we can actually support double this. 4x4, yeah, 2x2, 6 rows of 4. Yeah, we can support double this. Actually, I probably shouldn't let this dip below, I'd say about 800 because of how the heat dissipates throughout the system. So this will make us have to use a little bit more fuel, but we can't have the heat be dissipating around because it's going to cause problems. Okay, so that's... Probably should have done that from the beginning to not have as stinky of a reactor, a power setup, because I could just use the lava cake, blah blah blah, to heat it up, yada yada, and we're gonna just have to use it anyways because of this. I'm not gonna put the nuclear reactor literally everywhere because that's just a waste of fuel. This is... I probably should have just stuck with nuclear reactor, not stunk up the place so much. It's... Bah. It's fine. Tesla weapons are really good against these guys. They don't have They take extra damage from electric weapons, so it's fine. I say that while huffing copium. These things seem to have quite a dip in temperature. Oh, well, it's climbing up slowly.
Cope and Seethe Jack.
Yeah, Cope and Seethe Jack. It's fine. And this should be more than enough, hopefully, if you can keep up with all stone. Okay, good. Reducing our pollution by a little bit, because these are going to generate a lot of pollution. Our power is going to be stable, because we're going to have a ship that's going to be bringing in a lot of nuclear fuel cells from, well, this planet, which has a fuck ton. Fuel cells are definitely not an issue. Same with uranium-238, which was an issue, but it's no longer an issue. I think I'm more concerned about thorium. Because this shit's consuming through a lot of thorium. We also need a bunch of thorium. Like, that's what makes this kind of, like, difficult to balance out and everything. You need thorium also for Lemures, for a bunch of different bullshit. It's not a big deal that we wasted all that fucking thorium, because this process is essentially free. So here's what we're gonna do instead. We're just gonna say... to enable this chest... if this gets to... values within there get to higher than, let's say, and that'll get there relatively quick. Let's say 2,000. And then the bots will pick up the excess thorium and just put it into that requester chest. And then it can get eaten up by this process and then turned into more uranium-238, so then we can make more fuel cells, so then we can send it over for the nuclear reactor, blah 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 blah. This will eventually back up as well, but we don't really care about that. That's fine. That is fine, that is dandy, we don't care about that, I think. These guys just gonna keep chilling. And they're just gonna keep chilling. They don't seem to be really all that perturbed. And they're moving around a little bit, but they seem chill. Our little guys don't seem to be all that particularly annoyed with much of anything, so I guess that's okay. I don't have any more substations. Well, let's start by making a bunch of stuff. With the basics. Have I ever mentioned how annoying it is to clear all these damn rocks and shit? With bots that use 6 times the amount of energy? I think it's worth mentioning again. We're gonna have a lot of extra fucking goddamn ores that we're just gonna be doing absolutely nothing with. No, we're not becoming cliffist. There's not a lot of cliffs here. Not really. We don't need a crazy amount of copper plate. That's probably more than enough. Again, most of this copper plate's going to be used to make heat pipe. Good thing that little nook right there is not going to be too annoying for me. That's good. Oh yeah, I don't remember if I remembered to mention. Oh, I think I did at the beginning of the stream. But no one was here. Single tier. But tomorrow there will be no stream because I am touching grass. And you know what that means? If I'm touching grass, that means you have to touch grass. That's how it works. Them's the rules. If I touch grass, therefore you must also touch grass. Yeah, I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini is going to steal my thunder and just stream instead. But yes, you can just watch Boy Meets Mini instead. Because I will not be here. It truly is a tragedy. It truly is a tragedy of the gods. It's so Jover. Daho will not be streaming. Yes, I know. It truly is a tragedy. Excuse me. They are saying this. That's true, Boy Meets Mini. Many people are saying that this is a tragedy of the commons, and I can't really disagree with that anymore. The commons, I mean, the people are definitely going to miss me. So you all have to pray for me while I'm away, like everyone's praying to Zohran Mamdani. Mamdani. I love that guy. He's my favorite guy. it's easier to just do this. Sirs do need to be defrosted. We really don't need copper plate for much of anything else, so it's probably better to handle this with a direct insertion. The problem with heat pipe is that you need to have rather high throughput of the creation of not only copper plate but also of steel. Fucking... My assembly machines are not frozen. Okay. That's not normal. Normally, assembly machines are frozen. They are not frozen. Okay, that is really nice. Like, really nice. And our pollution cloud's starting to go down a bit, which is also good. Okay, that works. Well, then I think I can just cut off a bunch of this then. Not use as much power. Yeah, let's scale this down. Because we really do not need... We just don't need that much copper plate. We really don't. Because we're just going to be doing everything through liquids. These. That there. That's more than enough. Man released from Broadview facility says conditions are horrible. 120 people in a small room. Jesus. A water bottle, 2 slices of bread, and a ham slice twice a day. Jesus Christ. They are saying that this administration is very psychotic. And it's all for the express purpose of just satiating a little fucking gremlin weirdo named Stephen Miller. Who nobody likes, by the way. Everyone fucking hates. Even Nick Fuentes fucking hates Stephen Miller, which is very funny to me. And it's not because Stephen Miller is Jewish. He just thinks he's, like, cucked in soy. Nick Fuentes has been going pretty fucking hard on a lot of the, dumbasses within... and the sycophants within Trump's fucking cabinet. He does not like any of them. Well, obviously, yeah, he doesn't like him because he's Jewish. That's one of the reasons. But he also does not like him because he's just, like, a sniveling little cowardly weirdo. I mean, the same thing with, like, J.D. Vance as well. Sniveling little cowardly fucking weirdo, right? And, like, Nazis don't like sniveling little cowardly fucking weirdos, right? Nazis don't like any of those guys, right? So, it stands to make sense that people like Fuentes really do not like people like Stephen Miller, right? Because, like, let's not forget with, like, the Nazis and whatnot, what do they want? They want to look like they're heckin'-based super trad and Cath and all this fucking bullshit, right? It's all fucking aesthetic and Wojak comics with these people, right? There's no underlying belief with any of this. None of it really makes all that much ideological fucking sense. Because it's all about fucking aura farming with these people. But, like, aura farming in the most, like, stupid, cucked ways possible. We'll get to that, Alex. We'll be talking about the mom date. We'll get there. We'll get there. That's gonna be probably our main segment de jour. No, you're actually incorrect. You're not right. You're actually, I think, wrong in that assessment there, Alex. It shows that Trump only cares about one thing and one thing only: winners and strongmen, because he himself thinks of himself as a strong man, right? And he sees himself in Mamdani. Purely. That's purely all that it is. He sees himself in Zohran. And he wants to have aura like Zohran. He wants to have aura like Putin. He just wants to have aura. That's it. And there's no ideological predilections whatsoever. With someone like Trump, he doesn't care. Do you think he cares about all these illegal deportation stuff? No, it's the stuff that gets him applause lines at fucking rallies and shit like that. There's no ideological basis of what's going on here. Why do you think fucking people like Nick Fuentes hate him so much now? Because with Fuentes, there is an ideological basis for this. For people like Trump, no, not really. He could care less. He's just racist in a fucking businessman sort of way. He's just racist, and like, you know, like, I might not be the biggest fan of like black people or what, but you know, they can't be that all that bad, you know. He's racist to black people and like Hispanic people in a fucking 1980s businessman sort of way, right? And that's how he treats, like, Zohran Mamdani. He wants to treat him as, like, in a 1980s sort of businessman sort of way. There's no ideology here that's being presented. Bro just wants to aura farm, that's it. Zohran Mamdani is the current guy with the big fucking aura on the campus right now. And so Trump wants to either be close with him or emulate that. That's it. It's all fucking aura farming with these people. And guess who has the fucking main character syndrome right now? Who has the fucking aura? Zohran Mamdani has the fucking main character syndrome and the fucking aura right now. Hey, it's childish, it's stupid, it's idiotic, but look at the current guy who's fucking president right now. Like, because eventually, I probably might look at this tomorrow before we do the yapping session. Fuentes had a bit where he talks about how where he basically just does his same Nazgul sort of appeal. Exact same Nazgul appeal in response to Trump cucking himself to fucking Zohran Mamdani. There's more stuff that we have to get through today, so I'm not going to do that today, but Fuentes just did the exact same fucking appeal again, just like he did with the, you know, populists all around the world have to come together in order to fight off this fucking pro-Israel fucking establishment and shit. And it's the exact same shit. It's all just like aura farming with these people. They just don't want to get fucking cucked. Like, that's all that it is. It's really stupid, petulant, and pathetic, but it really is just that simple. Unironically. We just want to aura farm. Let me tell you, folks. It's all about the aura. That's all I care about. I want to aura farm. But yeah, we'll get to the reactions of Republicans, because there's just like, with like Fox News, they had no idea how to tackle this. There's like, they were just shocked. They were shocked. And it's not just Fox News. It's also like, I think the ones who are reacting the most positively to this are liberals. Unironically, because we're getting some fucking lefties being stupid about this. Very fucking stupid about this. But I'm not surprised. Lefties are all fucking morons. Have no idea how to conduct themselves politically, generally speaking. But generally speaking, everyone's been having positive reactions about this. Very positive. Okay, okay, heating. Of course, we're all gonna be stuck here until I get calcite. All of this is very contingent on the creation of calcite. Which we'll eventually be able to, begin the process of creation. That's all those idiots getting their heating. Boop. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Our next one of these. Going to be right here. Only issue is just going to be the stone belt. But we can finagle some of the heat pipe around that to compensate for that shit. Go. Some more heating is now available. We'll be able to connect this overall to the whole quote-unquote network of pipes that we're going to be making. There we go. putting a lot of thought into the creation of this whole network here, I'm not gonna lie. Putting a lot of thought into this. Okay, so what we're going to want as well is to hook this all up to the overall shebang, so then more of the heat gets evenly fucking distributed. I'm not sure if every 3 is correct or if every 2 is correct. Because ultimately, moving this back and forth is not that big of a deal. Very low cost. Because we always need more of this to make sure, because this single one's not going to keep up to have everything be heated. It's going to lose too much heat. There's going to be too much dissipation, and we're going to need more. But luckily, like I said before, lava and lava cake is essentially infinite. And that thing, this stuff has the same fuel value as rocket fuel. It's really good. And it's basically free. Costs very little to make. So we should basically try to abuse the ever-living shit out of it as much as we can. Fix up this power plant, which I've been meaning to do. There we go. Lovely. Perfect. Alright, this is going to stay as is. All fine and dandy. No problems there. We love that for ourselves. I think what I might do actually is just this instead. Just get rid of those in-betweens there. Perfect. Did not like how non-symmetrical that was. Heat dissipation is gonna fuck with us a little bit, but that's fine. That should help out here. Help alleviate the stress on this, which is what we more so wanted. Now that we have this prepared, okay, I think now it might be time for us to pull out the oil refineries. Alright, figuring out how we're gonna make this thing work is gonna be a complete fucking mess. Are oil refineries frozen? Yes. Okay, so oil refineries are frozen. We don't have the recipe yet because we haven't mined any of the carbonitate or whatever the fuck it's called. So we just need to mine a little bit of it. Also, we need to unfreeze it. Oh, you guys have gotten a bunch of kills. Have the walls been damaged at all? No. It looks like we have been getting some attacks from this nest. But I don't know if they're absorbing any pollution now. And it should be dissipating quite a bit. Well, that's a little interesting. Well, I wanted to see what the ratios were, but I have to power this fucker. Well, I need to heat this fucker. I mean, what I could do is I could just do a little this. Grab a piece of lava cake. Give me that shit. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna start working on the recipe. Or figuring out what the hell I want to do with this recipe. This still needs a piece of calcite to function. What an annoying situation to find ourselves under. You also need a piece of calcite. I really need to have fossil processing then. Also stone. Lots of stone. What does generating all that calcite from this really accomplish, though? Just want to see. We get a bunch of jelly. I don't know what we're gonna do with jelly. Can we make biolubricant then? That's what it's for. It's for lubricant. Okay. That makes sense. That's a lot of fucking sulfuric acid. I make 2 per second though. Oh, make 6 calcite per second? Jesus. This alone consumes only 7.6. We don't need a ton of it then. That's nothing. 7.6 is fucking nothing. Fascinating. The problem with this, of course, is that this can very easily back up. Because fuck-ass byproducts. We got a whole lot of fuck-ass byproducts. Our favorite things to contend with, fuck-ass byproducts. I could bring over some calcite just to kickstart the process. Because the thing is that with the standard loop this thing wants you to go through, it's like it's got you stuck initially. Kickstarting everything is kind of a pain in the ass. should not be spacing these right next to each other. Ugh. I almost had a pipe again. I think I need more of this pipe. Methinks I need more insulated pipe. Stone. Something like that should work. Hold on. I did make 10 of these. I'm not delusional. I'm not losing my mind. You're losing your mind. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. The fuck? Okay, so that should work. Then it's just a matter of getting the heating. Boom, boom. Cool. I love designing. I love using my brain. Holy shit, this one dude is crashing the fuck out, dude. Social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. Zohran is a national socialist. Dude, fucking tankies are not having a good time right now with this. Ay, 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 ay. Needs more heat pipe, let me tell you, folks. What's up, Matt? You know. Probably gonna finish some stuff up here, and then we're gonna start yapping about all of the wacky stuff that's going on. Oh, also, I forgot to mention the location thing. Ah, you're at the Akatsuki arc now. Got to the fight with the grandma. I forget the name of the grandma. Sakura and also Sazori. And whatnot. That's fun. That is one less Akatsuki. Yes, yeah, Susuri. Yes, you got Susuge. You got Susuri. You know. I don't know what's going on with Naruto, but there's so many sussy ass characters. Very sus. It's kind of sus, bros. But yeah, all of the location service things. now exist on Twitter, they're out now. A lot of these like stupid quote unquote fucking patriots are being exposed as not being in America at all. That Captive's Dreamer dude apparently lives in Papua New Guinea. A whole lot of these dumbass accounts, all from Southeast Asia. It's so funny, man. It's so good. Ay, 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 dude. Sussery, Suske. Why are there so many sussy gay people in Naruto? One must ask this very important question. Why are there so many suspiciously gay people? Kinda sus. Kinda sus. Yeah, Colonel. Why is everyone so fucking suspicious? Or sus? Why are we all so fucking sus? Yeah, Colonel. Why is Boy Meets Minnie so sus? Many people are asking this question. It's all of you dumbasses flipped on. Just get this bit heated up here. Call it for the Factorio then for the time being, because I want to yap about stuff. Not a bad time too either. Well, I've gotten, well, nothing's on, so. I kind of just want to automate the creation of heat pipes so then I can fucking continue my expansion. That's what I mostly wanted. We still need fossil processing. A terrible time to stop for the time being. Lovely. We're getting so much work done. Oh. It's a little loud. Alright, gamers. I will be back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, grab some water, and then we're gonna start yapping about all of the crazy fucking shit that's happened today. Yeah, you guys are gamers. Cope and seeds better. Anyway, I'll be right back. Mamdani. The mom date. The mom date for socialism, folks. Let me tell you. Man, also Marjorie Taylor Greene, bro. This is insane, man. You're for later. You're for today. I mean, yeah, it's Pepega politics. I don't fucking disagree with that point, Smitty. Yeah, for sure. But it's just like... It's... It's incredible, man. God, I was also going to talk about the Epstein file delay, but I was going to talk about that today, but that's not fucking happening now. There's more important things to talk about. Oh, and I'm going to be gone tomorrow as well? Oh, God, bro. Might not have enough time tomorrow on Sunday to do a Yap session. Might have to go over something shorter. I'll figure it out. This stuff... Don't you hate it when a bunch of shit just randomly hits the fan for no reason? I sure do hate that. I despise that. Oh, man, bro. It's just incredible to me, dude, just how fucking wild this shit has been. All about fucking... You just gotta aura farm. We are truly in the age of, are you better at aura farming than anyone else? That's about it. Gotta watch the entirety of the meeting between the two big dickeronis. God, oh, the most stupid people are mad about the fucking, the most stupid people are mad about this meeting with, yeah, the most stupid people are mad about this meeting between Zohran Mamdani and Trump. The most idiotic people are mad about this. Kshama Sawant is fucking mad about this. I think Socialist MMA is mad about this. Some other, like, dumbass tankies are mad about this. It's all just the grifters, the tankies, and the conservatives just coping about it. It's so funny. I don't think it's that she's cool on a lot of stuff, Boy Meets Spinning. I think she's just a grifter. I think she's just a grifter. That's what I think. I think she's just a grifter. Ian Miles Chong is apparently in the UAE after changing it. God, that's so funny. Oh, man, dude. You love to see it. You love to see just dumbasses getting fucking exposed. Besides, like, her being mad about this meeting between Trump and Mamdani, she's, I believe, hasn't Kashama Sawant also shit on, like, unions? She shit on the DSA, she shit on a bunch of differing union efforts and stuff. She's, I really think of her as just, like, no different than Jimmy Dore, but she hasn't gone down the conspiratorial right-wing rabbit hole. Like, I wholeheartedly believe she's completely worthless. Like, just write her off. I'll be honest. Yet? Or you mean yes? I assume you mean yes, because she has done that. Like, she's just a grifter, I think. Should not be paid attention to. Just make fun of her. I mean, she hasn't gone right-wing yet. Ah, okay, yet. Yeah. She makes too much... I don't know if she makes that much money with people like the Brianna Joy Gray crowd. And shit. I don't think so. I think I just want Fox.
I want to go out too.
Another stupid chud account exposed as not being an American. Love to see it. Australian for that one. Funny. Wait. Generic ballot polling. Gen C Democrat plus 34 expected. Millennials plus 17 for Democrats. Gen X plus 3. Total MAGA defeat coming in the midterms. It's gonna be a slaughter. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. And boomers at plus 7. Oh god, bro. Ooh. They're probably gonna show. I mean, they showed up for Zohran and shit like that, but oh god, it's gonna be bad. They're all just going to show up. It's gonna be... I think it's gonna be bad, bro. Like, it's gonna be a slaughter, I think. Where's the Trump 28-point plan? Here we go. Thank you. Somebody just translated. Good, thank you. I think I'll just get the shorter keep signing me into this account when I don't want you to sign into that account? Stop it. Really want to get that fucking still from Fox News. Where the fuck is what I'm looking for? I got everything I wanted. Very cool, very good. This is Factorio. We don't want Factorio, folks. We're not looking for that right now. We're gonna go over our favorite man. Our most favoriteest guy on the planet. We love this guy, don't we, folks? Anyway, let's get started with this shit. The fabled meeting between Donald Trump and Zohran Mamdani has just happened. And it was, from what I'm hearing, very, very interesting. I've already seen a bunch of the highlights. I know more or less what to expect. I just want to go through the whole entirety of the thing. I am, let's just say, pleasantly surprised with what exactly happened here. And this is how Fox News was framing all of this. Oh yeah, our based Giga Chad president is going to take down the stinking socialist on the one of the frames where like Zohran Mamdani's not smiling or whatever. And we talked about this before already with a lot of the lefties who were just having like basically the most uninformed takes in terms of how politics works. But then again, these are lefties, I say in air quotations. Your fucking Brianna Joy Grays and socialist MMAs of the world, these are pretenders. They're all grifters. They don't actually believe in anything. And they were very upset about the fact that Zohran Mamdani was going to go speak with the President of the United States of America. Why? I don't know, because they're fucking stupid. Yeah, they're just fucking stupid. Like, there's a whole other, like, list of reasons. They're all just grifters, and they just want to make a bunch of money. That's all that they care about, blah, 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 blah. But why don't we just get into the fabled Oval Office meeting between Trump and Mayor-elect Mamdani? Because even before the meeting, he was doing some interviews where he was walking back a lot of the stuff that he was saying about Zohran Mamdani, about, like, being aggressive in terms of the federal funds, being aggressive in terms of, like, National Guard deployment, blah, 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 all of this. And they had their private meeting before the cameras were brought in. Obviously, Trump loves being on camera, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, the cameras are going to come in more and more and more. And he was already toning down a lot of his language. And it should be fairly obvious why. He sees a lot of himself in Zohran Mamdani. That's why. He sees them as this based Giga Chad who doesn't take any bullshit, stands up to the establishment. Yes, he did also threaten to deport Mamdani. Thank you, Alex. But he sees Zohran as this based Chad who doesn't take shit from anyone else, just like makes them look like idiots. And he sees a lot of himself as a younger version of Zohran Mamdani. He's very fucking charismatic, able to charm a lot of people over to his side. And that's what he sees specifically in someone like Zohran. He sees himself. Let's be honest here, Trump does have an eye for political talent. He knows of talented political operatives, and Zohran Mamdani is, you can broadly speaking say, the creme de la creme. He is the cream of the crop in terms of rising fucking political talent. And it's never been really about ideology for Trump. He doesn't give a fuck about any of that. He doesn't believe in anything. He'll just, his handlers will tell him, a certain thing. For example, with, the tariffs and stuff. Someone probably told him to do that, and he was just like, well, I was almost killed like William McKinley, so yeah, I'm gonna be like William McKinley and do all these tariffs and stuff, blah, blah, blah. And someone told him that you can use tariffs to replace, income tax, and so he decided to use tariffs to try to replace income tax. That's it. There is no underlying ideology with someone like Trump, because he doesn't give a shit about any of that. He cares only about vibes, farming aura, and being the main character. That's all that he fucking gives a shit about. And Zohran Mamdani has the vibe, is the main character, and can fucking farm aura. He can do all of that, so Zohran and Trump are going to get along quite well just because of that. So, without further ado, why don't we take a look into, I don't know, what these two had to say.
Well, thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them, and he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices. And the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just
We already know that he's lying about that specifically. Yeah, it's down by about 25%, but the quality of the products and also the amount of products within that Thanksgiving Walmart bundle are down by about 25%.
I want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And
already, this is a huge change. He's willing to help. Zohran Mamdani, the guy who he called the socialist, the guy who he threatened to deport, the guy who he threatened to take federal funds away from. And he's already saying, yeah, we're gonna help. I'm gonna help. Listen, I like this guy. And not going after him. This is incredible. You don't see this. This is not very often. It's like I said before. No, he's not scared, Boy Meets Minnie. He's cucked. He's not scared at all. I don't think he's scared. He's completely cucked. He's enamored by Zohran Mamdani because he sees himself in Zohran. Trump thinks of himself, and it's a facade, obviously, as the fucking main character of a story, of a book or whatever. He's a nepo baby. He got a bunch of his millions from his dad, or rather inherited all of that from the success of his dad. He pissed most of it all away. He always advertised himself and advertised his name as the brand of success when the exact opposite is the case. All of his peers knew that the exact opposite was the fucking case, but he marketed himself as this beacon of success. And guess what? Zohran is a sort of representation of actual fucking success. And that's what he likes. He likes people who are strong and highly fucking successful. Zohran Mamdani is both of those things exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Zohran reminds him of Andrew Palmer and his dick. Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the President, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the President, I appreciated the conversation, I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I had a question for you, and then also one for Mayor West. For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as communist. Can you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what.
This is insane. First off, yeah, the reporter, like the freak Zionists talking about Benjamin Netanyahu. Again, I don't know how many times this needs to be said. The only reason why Andrew Cuomo even talked about, like, anti-Zionism and Israel-Palestine so much is because Andrew Cuomo had nothing on policy against Zohran Mamdani, so he was just like, Israel-Palestine, Jews, anti-Semitism, blah, 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 to just, like, throw a bunch of bullshit out there, and it's just like, dude, you're gonna be mayor of fucking New York, dude. Like, you're not gonna have any effect on foreign policy. This is fucking stupid and nonsensical, but, you know, because since he's brown and also Muslim, of course they're just going to bring that up as, like, a racist fucking excuse, and, Donald Trump did Donald Trump really do any of the attacks, like anti-Semitism attacks, I think? Talking about, like, Jews are, like, stupid if they vote for Mamdani. I don't think he really did any of that explicitly. He said that about, in general, for Democrats, but, like, I don't think he... Not today, no, but I'm talking about in the past, Boy Meets Mini. I don't think he really did that either, that much in the past either. Like, he didn't trot out that exact same sort of, like, line. I don't know. He didn't really do... I mean, he just said, like, you're a communist, we're gonna take away federal funds, we're gonna deploy ICE, blah, 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 all that fucking jazz, and it seems like he's already immediately backed off of all of this, and he's a fan. I'm telling you, he's a fucking fan, dude.
Works for him. He's never changed also. We all change. I changed a lot. Changed a lot from when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he's going to surprise some conservative people actually, and some very.
Staten Island is so fucking confused right now. The fucking the Andrew Cuomo-tang, you know, is it holding out in Staten Island? They're confused as fuck right now. They're just like, what the hell? Why is our, like, savior God, like, saying these things about Zohran Mamdani? He says that we're going to be, like, okay? Like, what the fuck is going on here? It's fucking insane, dude.
Liberal people, he won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion. Just days ago, you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said he is worse than the air and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the President is the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis with one.
Like, you saw that smile on Trump's fucking face after that reporter asked that question. That's a smile of fucking contempt. He does not like the fact that these dumbass reporters are asking these really stupid fucking questions. I know he gets a little more nippy about it. A little bit. Because he's been getting worse and worse with the fucking media. Because again, here's the thing. To him, Zohran Mamdani represents strength, charisma, charm, the main character, which is something that Trump has always wanted to be his entire life, but would always sort of represent a facsimile of the main character, a sort of canard, because he's not a fucking main character. No, anyone who is around Trump, the rich, the billionaires that existed around Trump, knows that that's just it's a facade. It's nonsensical. It's hooey. It's a bunch of bullshit, and they know that he his supporters don't know that. A lot of people, generally speaking, know this about his, like, sort of, like, a general personality and how he likes to carry and conduct himself. They know that it's a bunch of fucking bullshit, but Zohran Mamdani is an actual representation of that fucking main character energy, that main character syndrome that Donald Trump wants to be so bad. He wants that so badly, but has never been able to achieve that ever in his fucking life. But Zohran, he's got that in in droves, in spades. Like let's be honest here.
For living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please. Good.
I'd like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding
Sure.
you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not
The Middle East.
and Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like what you say for the Middle East, the
Yeah.
state of Lebanon, and what is your next move to push toward disarmament?
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's...
The ceasefire, the tenets of it have not been followed by Israel since, like, basically day one. Yeah, ceasefire, peace in the Middle East. Okay, bro.
Made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country's ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to $2 trillion or $1 trillion, it's a lot. We have $20 or $21 trillion. I think
much
that
money.
Hezbollah has been a problem, and Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now for the first time peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen. Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think he feels very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. Because
We desperately wanted it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars, they wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
he said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute.
Well, it's not that they were Trump supporters or Trump voters who voted for Trump. It's more so because a lot of those people, and Zohran Mamdani, generally speaking, when he did his first viral interview, was talking to those people. They mostly mentioned about how they felt disillusioned with the general sort of process and the Democrats in general because of stuff that I've mentioned before. The fact that the Democrats stand for literally nothing, and Zohran Mamdani believes in things. He stands for things. He believes that people should be able to live in the place that they call home. Unlike a lot of the fucking Democrats who just want to, like, I don't know, a needle around the edges and be like, oh, well, you know, if we just do this, like, slight adjustment over here or whatever in terms of this policy, surely we'll have, like, a slightly better outcome for people, for the middle class in general, when in reality, like, none of these fucking, like, all these, like, loser-ass neoliberals who Donald Trump definitely fucking disrespects and hates because he sees them as incredibly fucking weak. No one fucking bought that shit because it was just such a terribly, like, made argument. It was so obvious and clear that a lot of the Democrats basically stood for absolutely nothing whatsoever. They had no plan, no vision, no nothing for the fucking future, and so he was able to fucking exploit that yet again in order to win the fucking presidency for a second time. And Zohran does not have those problems. Zohran actually has principles. Zohran actually has beliefs. He agrees with, like, certain positions. And obviously, like, he's the mayor of New York. Of course, he's going to visit the president of the United States to talk with him about stuff. This is pretty standard for, like, most people who are of high political profile, especially someone like him. He's going to go there. He's going to fucking talk with the guy. And the real question then becomes, this is for a lot of you dumb fuck lefties out there, is he capitulating on anything? Is there any evidence that Zohran Mamdani capitulated on anything? My bet is probably not. But for a lot of these grifters, it doesn't really matter.
That's pretty good.
Mr. President, Mr. President, send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. Mr. Mamdani called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, you know, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to we discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be safe.
I believe that crime within New York has been going down significantly, violent crime, but it seems like it's already trending okay. Could always get better, obviously, but yeah, so far in terms of crime, like, it's fine.
Success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if they're horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions. I mean, one for you, ex-president, BBC in a second. But first of all, to the mayor there. You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populist. I just wanted to extend the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media, he's inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, you know, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, we saw an increase in his
Are
number.
they talking about, like, style of, like, and how he messaged on social media? I don't think, like, Donald Trump had anything to do with messaging on fucking social media. That's mostly the team around him that mostly did that for him. And also because of like authentic, like far right fucking dipshits who support Trump deporting, well, millions upon millions of people. Like that's really about it. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all, Alex. I do think that it was electorally insignificant, the number of people, but again, like, it's good to fucking mention that to Trump specifically, because it's going to play into his hands, right? Talk about, like, yeah, I had a lot of your fucking voters decided to vote for me. Like, it's going to play well to, he's playing him like a fucking fiddle. Like, that's all that it is. He's, from what I understand, he's just fawning over Mamdani. Like I said before, main character syndrome. This is what Trump is ultimately attracted to, because he himself wants to be the main character so badly, because he has never really been a main character. As much as he likes to project the image of being a main character, in reality, he's not an actual main character. And he desires to be a main character so badly. And then he got into politics, got that fucking energy, and as a result, was able to ride that into a victory and gain a lot of fucking power and prominence for himself and riches for himself after that as well. Because for people like for Trump, this is all a grift. He wants to have an ultimate desire of becoming that main character, which Zohran Mamdani wholeheartedly embodies. That's why he likes all these fucking dictators as well. He sees them as people who have main character energy. They have the vibe. They have what he ultimately desires, and that is to be able to kingmake, to be a main character, to be the guy who makes all the fucking prominent decisions of, well, power and whatnot. And he sees Zohran as being a guy who does that exactly.
Numbers in New York City that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices, because we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison, and we're gonna have to talk to them. If we're saying,
I think literally that mention alone of Con Edison made its stock price. It made its stock price go down. that one little mention right there, it went down. It's like, hey guys, it turns out just maybe, you should not have the basis of your economy be completely based off of fucking random gambling machines and vibes, because one mention like that causes a potential, like, not a skyrocket, but like either a skyrocket or a collapse of a fucking stock as a result might not be a very good thing.
Sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true. We have to get Con Edison to start lowering the rates.
Absolutely.
And last week you told me you were putting ahead your plans to CBDC up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on this issue?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. The UK is out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know. He's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
He's a good man.
I haven't spoken this way.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky?
Who?
President Zelensky about your plan for the weekend?
I've spoken with the people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president.
We're going to get to that 28-point peace plan. I'm just going to throw this out here real quick. That shit's going nowhere. It's completely going nowhere. I think Trump just basically threw that together with the Russians without the knowledge of the Ukrainians and the Europeans as a rather desperate, very desperate attempt to just distract from the Epstein files. Oh, 1000% happy go. Yeah, he is... He wants to give Mamdani that fucking Bubba treatment.
And it's a shame, and I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy-producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. We have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad, so many people. Last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on and on. And I think they're getting reasonably close. But I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go. In fact, they're coming here in a week or two. Go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead. And
we don't have to talk about why this is just nonsensical. It's a fucking lie. But yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit. Like, just with the example with Rwanda and Congo, he got like a peace. Some semblance of a peace deal, and then they immediately went back to fighting.
work something out on that, but so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker, but it does take two to tango.
Yeah, he
and
didn't
now
care about you at all,
you see all the
bro.
death. And it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really, so the other side of the ocean, that's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25, think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian. And it's a shame.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest.
Yeah, that was a thing that also happened with Hakeem Jeffries. Again, they passed another fucking House resolution to virtue signal about why socialism is stinky, and like a bunch of Democrats decided to vote alongside with the Republicans, including Hakeem Jeffries. We know why Hakeem Jeffries is voting alongside with Republicans on a irrelevant resolution, because bro is salty about the fact that Zohran Mamdani mogged the establishment Democrats, and basically mogged all of his like dumbass like petulant support for him. Like that's purely what it is. It's a desperate gasp from a rather desperate, pathetic, petulant fish person like Hakeem fucking Jeffries, who honestly you should just bully people like dumbasses like fucking Hakeem Jeffries. Like who the fuck gives a shit about like voting against socialism, condemning fucking social? It's nonsensical. It's fucking stupid. Like it's a joke. It's a joke. And this is why people like Trump don't fucking respect the Democrats. He also doesn't respect most of the fucking goddamn Republicans either, because while the Republicans, in the case of the Republicans, they are all sycophants to him. He's been around sycophants his whole life, right? Like, obviously. And he doesn't respect this, like, weak fucking petulant attempts of, I don't know, condemnation? Not even condemnation. Just like, weak, pathetic, like, jokes from people like the Democratic Party who ostensibly just stand on absolutely nothing whatsoever. But, you know, all these, like, dumbass Republicans, and this is, like, a line of propaganda they've been doing constantly, wanted to make Zohran Mamdani be, like, the main sort of head of the Democratic Party, to be the main thing that the Democratic Party represents. Good. As if that's supposed to be a bad thing. And that's certainly, with this fucking interview, really throws a wrench in that line of fucking propaganda, simply due to the fact that Trump doesn't hate him, backed off most of the things that he's already said on him, is probably going to go ahead with a lot of the fucking shit that Zohran Mamdani is basically going to ask of him in terms of like the federal dollars he needs to make New York be successful. And that's that. Like, that sort of idea of making Zohran Mamdani the head of the Democratic Party, go ahead, do that. Go ahead with that fucking propaganda. Because, again, a lot of the spin that these motherfuckers are trying to do is pathetic. Like, they got nothing. They have nothing on him. It's over. Like, total fucking Zohran victory. It's total Zohran victory. It's over for a lot of these, like, establishment fucking dipshits. Because they just look incredibly fucking pathetic now. And because sheer fucking charm, sheer fucking riz from Zohran Mamdani, Zohran Rizdani, like, has essentially charmed the fucking wannabe tyrant in power who just cares about one thing only, and that's having the main character energy, which he has in fucking spades, which Trump desperately wants.
Honest with you, I focus very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing. I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you, I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
Perfect fucking answer. Because, stupid question, why the fuck should he care about that? Like, oh man, the House did a stupid fucking vote on trying to condemn socialism or some shit. Nonsense. Who gives a shit? And guess what? That's also going to play well to Trump. Because Trump can also agree. That's like, oh, that's a really stupid question. Why the fuck would I care about any of that shit? And Zohran's not going to be as crass or as crude about it, but he basically just said the same things. Like, I don't know, why the hell would I care about that? That's stupid. I'm more focused on trying to benefit the fucking people of New York. I don't care about your stupid question. It's stupid and it's dumb, and you are dumb. He's not going to say that they are dumb, although I think he should, but I digress.
answer to Stephen Nelson, he asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, well, President Trump and I can clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes. Okay, it's easier. It's easier.
I've seen this clip make the rounds, but like, dude, they're trying so desperately to break up this fucking relationship. Honestly, this cuck relationship, I guess, for lack of a better term, that Zohran Mamdani, the friendship between Zohran Mamdani and Donald Trump so desperately to come up with like whatever media narrative so they can like spin it into some story to make a bunch of fucking money. They're trying so desperately to come up with like any fucking wedge between them to cause like tensions, and it's not working. It's not working. This is incredible. Have you ever seen this man smile to like JD Vance or Stephen Miller or any of these other people? No, fuck no, because he knows they're just a bunch of fucking sycophants to him, and he's been around those kinds of people constantly. Zohran, he has the bomb date. He is the one who heaven has chosen to usher in the golden age of America, like unironically, and it's fucking insane to me, dude. Like, these people are so desperate to get something for fucking headlines. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's desperate and it's fucking pathetic.
You're explaining it. I
And I wanted to ask you also about this.
I don't mind.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of...
Well, he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then, they should just keep fighting, I guess.
And funny enough, Trump is trying to bury any of the comments, trying to make them fight. Like, he cares more about looking good to Mamdani than the other way around. Exactly, Alex. Like, because again, Zohran, he's got the vibe, he's got the energy, he's the main fucking character. He has the fucking gravitas politically, like, in terms of the personality, in terms of just the sheer charisma. Because Trump wants that so badly, and he knows in the heart of hearts, in the back of his mind, that he doesn't fucking have it. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. But Zohran Mamdani does. And he wants to replicate that so desperately.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been a good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
All of the deals, ceasefire proposals before were all non-starters, so it was never going to happen.
The cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you guys in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president, and those are also part of the message of our campaign was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. President,
We had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really have the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. It's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down. They were, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration, and we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something?
Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, they follow international law, does not talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to?
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the question is being asked. Is this about like the Venezuelan boats being bombed or some shit? Like international? I have no fucking idea. God, so many lies, folks.
Anything in particular?
You said that there are state endorsements and enforcements of international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want. We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And we actually people would be shocked.
That's a really good way for Zohran to appeal to Trump specifically, because what does Trump do all the time? He loves to fucking build houses. Well, he likes to build fucking hotels, but he likes to pretend that he's the guy who is a builder of fucking property. in reality, that's not actually the case. All he does is just take his name and just sell it to a bunch of people. But he thinks that he had a hand in playing, in terms of building all of his like luxury hotels that he has and all those like golf courses he owns and all this property that he fucking owns. Basically, in reality, he just like slapped his name on top of those fucking courses and hotels and buildings. But in his mind, he thinks like, well, I built those because my name is on it, so therefore I actually had a hand in building all that, which is nonsensical. It's stupid, but that's a really good way to fucking appeal to Trump, right? Zohran, he's a guy who says he wants to build a lot of stuff. I built a lot of stuff. I love building stuff. Building stuff is like my favorite thing to do. I love building stuff. The ballroom, I love the ballroom. The ballroom, I'm building that. You know, I'm doing a great job building that. Yeah, even though he has like literally nothing to do with any of that shit.
Yeah, but I want to see the same thing.
I want to know from the policies as well that
and is also
a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys spoke.
Yeah, we know that's fucking stupid. That's like nonsensical. That's like a schizophrenic like thing that New York Post decided to throw out there. They're trying desperately. Like, why would you talk about the anti-white fucking shit to this, like, to fucking Trump? Again, it's all about trying to drive a wedge because these motherfuckers are like vultures who just want to fucking fish for a headline, but they're not gonna get it.
We focus on affordability, we focus on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And President and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see.
You're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear, no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the white neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New York can afford.
Very desperate. Doesn't work.
Protesters targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers who are involved in saving the city? And President Trump, you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. We don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, we'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But
I love housing.
Newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I expect to be helping him, not hurting him.
Like, I mean, again, this is helping him, not hurting him. This is insane. He threatened to take away federal funds from New York if he fucking won. This is insanity. And the media is trying to do everything possible to make this, I guess, like, budding friendship, for lack of a better term, fail miserably. And it's just not working. It's just, again, the fucking Riz, the main character energy, it's too strong. It's way too fucking strong. It's over. He's won. It's total Zohran fucking victory, dude. Total Zohran fucking victory.
A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President,
How about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to. But you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
Dude, total fucking Zohran victory. Like, literally, this man showed up, plopped his dick on the fucking table, said to Trump, suck it, and then he started giving that slobbery sloppy toppy, dude. That's fucking insane, man. Oh my lord, dude. That's also a good point. Yeah, that is true, Alex. Yeah, Trump is fucking demented. He was stupid before. He doesn't remember the shit that he said. That's 1000% true. Like, there's a ton of cases of Trump only just adopting the position of like the guy before who talked with him. I mean, that's not a thing that's synonymous with just this. The second term of his administration. That was also happening during the first term of his administration, where he just adopts the positions of the last guy who fucking spoke to him. It's incredible. It's insanity. Just how much he just like Zohran. It's incredible. I have no idea what they discussed during that private meeting. It could have been anything, right? Like they say crime, housing. It's like, yeah, I agree with all this stuff. I have a great time. ICE as well. Probably also Commissioner Tish James. If I were to Tish James, I keep mixing up a bunch of people. And the thing is like, Jessica Tish. That's the name. Yeah, they discussed about a bunch of different stuff. It's like, yeah, I agree with all of that stuff. I agree. Do they actually agree with all that stuff? Probably not, but he probably, if I were to take a guess, Mamdani probably framed it in a particular way that sounded really, really, really good to the fucking president, and that's why, and since that's the last thing that he heard in the fucking room before coming out here to talk with the press, that's what he's going to have in his fucking mind at the time being. And it's going to make him look really, really fucking good. They do truly say that he has the fucking mandate of heaven, or the mom-date of heaven, as we like to sort of say here. Yeah, Mamdani, he's a liar like Xi. I respect Xi, president for life. He's going to be the communist mayor for life. That's very true, Alex, very true.
I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on, tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought, and when he was...
Yeah, by the way, there's a reason why Trump also does not attack people like Bernie Sanders, is because Bernie Sanders is also not weak like the Democrats. Bernie Sanders is willing to plant his feet on a position and defend it tooth and nail. Fight against the powers that be tooth and nail. Similar to Trump in that respect. However, the difference is that Trump will do anything possible for the fucking powers that be. Like, do you think, for example, that he really likes a lot of these, like, other billionaire sycophants and whatnot? No. Not at all. Like... do you think he likes people like Tim Cook, people like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk? Not really. They came to him to grovel at his feet after he fucking won the fucking presidency. He doesn't fucking like any of those people. None of those people whatsoever. But he likes people like Zohran Mamdani and also people like Bernie Sanders. People who are willing to plant their feet and fight for something and have principles. That's what he actually cares about. Zohran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders, two perfect examples of people with actual fucking principles. Unlike most people in fucking Washington, who believe in absolutely fucking nothing.
Put out of the race, I think, quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth. Many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, just turned out to be a statistical truth. But, no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
I have a question for you, but a very good one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable and here.
What the fuck kind of, like, schizophrenic question is this? Why'd you take a plane here? Is there a train from New York to Washington, D.C.? That's not going to take fucking forever? Like, what? Like, what kind of, like, lefty-tard question is this, bro? Like, silly, nonsensical.
New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our
Well, but nobody be flew. That's a lot quicker too. He's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. The plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you.
Mr. President, I was wondering if you could clear up the confusion around the Washington Post report. There's this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and uses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
Oh yeah, Nancy Mace wrote like some legislation saying that, I think it was Nancy Mace saying that a swastika is the Confederate flag and Nazis should not be considered a hate symbol anymore. It's very fucking stupid. Nancy Mace is a fucking grifter, believes in nothing, yada yada yada.
Yesterday?
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people I know very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know, I haven't seen any reports like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
And you did the peace in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
One of the greatest strengths of Zohran Mamdani, his message discipline, always on message. talking about how he wants to improve the material conditions on the ground of New York City. Consistently, and he's consistent on that. Always. When the media tries to do all these fucking gotchas, again, and Trump really fucking respects that. Because the media, let's be honest here, they do also try to do gotchas on Trump. And he calls it out, calls them fake news and stupid, blah, blah, blah. He engages with them in their crass and crude way, where he typically lies about a lot of that stuff. But the media doesn't call out the fucking lies, so he's able to get away with just calling them a gotcha, calling them fake, and it being successful. What Zohran Mamdani is saying is the truth. And staying on fucking message consistently. Talking about what he wants to do in terms of New York City, always staying on fucking message, and the fucking media doesn't do any of that shit. It's just a fucking complete utter fucking failure of American fucking media that's just trying to do everything possible to break this shit up.
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, do you view the mayor elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think leadership is a leader after you know how to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused on New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. Do you consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City. I keep my horizons firmly on New York City. I appreciate the meeting with the president, which...
So much for that fucking talking point that all these stupid freaks are trying to trot out there, being like, he's the new head of the Democrats. You know, we have to advertise him as like the new head of the Democrats. Like, okay, go ahead and keep doing that. Go ahead and keep doing that, because oh boy, you're just going to make the Republican Party look way worse. They're trying to use that as a fucking dig, and it's a complete fucking failure. That talking point, done. That shit's not gonna be fucking used anymore. Dude, this is it's a fucking clinic, man. It's a fucking clinic, bro.
Focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal. Absolutely. I always said, one of the things I would love to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It can go great, or it can go in a different direction, and I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Mr. President, you say you love New York City. Does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable, and I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living, and I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more, go ahead, one or two more, go ahead.
So many votes in New York.
I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone to, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares. But they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so
Dude, holy shit. Oh, this is shocking. This is so fucking, what a fucking surprise. Dude, he really has the fucking mandate of heaven, dude. He has the fucking mandate. If the Democrats are smart, they would use this to their advantage, but yeah, that's not fucking happening. That shit's not going. I think like the current electoral strategy that the Democrats want to use now is something that I saw from Ken Klippen's son called National Security Moms, and it's just like, all these, because of, Abigail Spanberger and some other dipshits who won their races, it's like, nah, dude, that's going to be a complete fucking electoral failure. No one wants fucking national security policy weirdo wonks and former CIA officers and shit like that in positions of power. Fuck that. No, they want people like fucking Zohran. He is the one who's going to carry the fucking Democratic Party on his fucking back. And of course, the Democrats, they're not going to be receptive to that whatsoever because they're all bought and fucking captured by the corporations.
much more, so much excitement around this thing in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right, I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed. And we're going to be helping him. But he's different than your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. When he started off at 1 or 2, and then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, let's get a little bit of trust there, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great.
This is another thing that's also going to appeal to Trump because he also was a political unknown, slated to get completely fucking annihilated within the primary and then annihilated by fucking Hillary Clinton, and that obviously didn't happen. He also sees that in Zohran Mamdani as well, which is also true. That's also another thing. It's insane, dude. It's insane.
A great tribute. It's an amazing thing.
Oh, and keep in mind, let's not even forget, he also endorsed Andrew Cuomo during the fucking general election the day before, which certainly helped Andrew Cuomo. That's like not hyperbolic or ridiculous to say. That shit definitely helped Andrew Cuomo, and he's walking all of that back, all of it back, dude. The fucking Riz, it's too much.
I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government together deliver affordability can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults. That was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good, but it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes,
Oh, dude, fucking listen. The Andrew Cuomo tang are on fucking suicide watch. Listen, can someone please check up on Andrew Cuomo? Can we get a checkup? Can we get a checkup on Andrew Cuomo, because bro his dumbass is in the corner being like I'm not politically irrelevant. I'm not politically irrelevant. I'm not irrelevant. I did everything possible to try to beat this fucking Islamic socialist, and I failed miserably. Dude, the Andrew Cuomo tang holdouts on fucking Staten Island are all on fucking they're all on fucking pack watch right now, dude. It's a disaster, dude.
You both spoke about crime. There are many police officers that come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? Are you going to require that happens? Would there be some consequences?
well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD. And I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They're the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level?
It's not like how many times this has to be said to you, fucking vultures? No, he's not going to reduce the amount of police officers, because he's just like, no, we just want to reallocate their fucking duties. Which is, by the way, the exact same thing that defund the police was all about as well. Like, let's not fucking forget that. And we all know about how these people had, like, schizophrenic conniptions about that. Like, it's like, no, we just want the police to focus on, like, violent crimes and focus on other things that are not about non-violent offenders and non-violent crimes, like mental health calls, because that's not what they're meant to do. We want them to have a shift in fucking focus. And it's just like, I don't know how many times these charlatans have to be told that. Oh, it's because, again, I'm saying this a little rhetorically, of course, because in reality, all these motherfuckers care about is just grabbing fucking headlines. They don't give a shit about anything else.
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we have through the campaign.
Not replace them with caseworkers, social workers.
No, I said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did.
I love Jessica.
That was correct.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics that you consider to debate on in the future, and do you think you'll have more deal with this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think there'll be more in the future too?
Too?
Do you think there'll be more in the future?
I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President,
Great
Trump
meeting.
defined his campaign multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I know, but she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say.
Get owned, Elise Stefanik, you fucking stupid loser. Oof. Man, that attack line's not gonna go anywhere for you now. Oof. Just, you're the person that you worship at the altar of when he wanted you to go to the fucking UN, and you ultimately didn't want to do that and decided to fucking give up on that shit. Get fucking owned. Even Elise Stefanik, like, is going to be forced to bend the fucking knee to Zohran Mamdani. He's too strong. He's way too fucking powerful. Like, even, like, Donald Trump is not following up on that fucking attack. Because obviously it's fucking nonsensical. He's not a jihadist. It's fucking stupid. They're just saying that because they're fucking racist. But, like, damn. Even Elise Stefanik is probably going to have to be forced to I don't know, go to heel. Be brought to heel, rather. That's the term I'm looking for. Because of Zohran's sheer riz with the most powerful man on the fucking planet. Yeah. Your brother from India breaking U.S. politics. Yeah, exactly. Blames me.
say things sometimes in a campaign. She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But I think I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again, and I can say again because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot; it was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along, and it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And he can, I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before? Which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Thank you very much, everybody.
I care very deeply about your safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every Yorker across the city.
Total Mamdani victory. Not even fucking close. It's fucking over. Like what else are you even supposed to say? Like, dude, the fucking liberals are also on his side. Like, it's just like what can you say? What can you say? Like, liberals are on his side on this. Like, just to get some media reactions, because this was probably the biggest concern, was the fucking liberals, or one of the bigger concerns, to see how they would react to this. And it makes sense why they probably are being positive about this, because, like, the days before the election, a lot of them were having way more positive coverage, specifically of Zohran Mamdani. Yeah, he was greeted as a fucking liberator, because none of these people in reality, a lot of these, like, New York media liberals, they don't like Andrew Cuomo, because they know how much of a petty, petulant loser fucking Andrew Cuomo is, and they started to give Zohran such, like, it was, like, very close to bottom of the 9th inning, to give him more and more positive fucking coverage and favor him more and more in comparison to Andrew Cuomo. Like, the only places where Andrew Cuomo was doing any interviews was on, like, obscure Fox News fucking channels and shit like that, and conservative talk radio. Like, he was irrelevant. He was a loser. Nobody fucking liked him. It was all about fucking Zohran Mamdani. How many fucking mainstream shows, liberal shows, and even, like, Fox News shows did he go on and just talk with people, do interviews and shit like that? Staying on message, coming off as, like, really good. It was like all of them. He went on fucking all of them. It was insane. Like, insanity. But what do we have here? I want to get some reactions here from liberal fucking media.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Well, today was a wild day at the White House. Donald Trump brought New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani to the White House. It seemed like it was set up to be an ambush. The White House clearly planned to sandbag the guy like they did with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky earlier this year. Remember that? In fact, when announcing the visit itself, Trump called Mamdani a communist, and his administration handpicked the White House pool and stocked it with right-wing cranks and influencers. Republicans even held a previously scheduled show vote on the floor today for a resolution condemning socialism ahead of Mamdani's visit. Fox News had tons of coverage.
Yep, it was purely for shows, theatrics, but then the meeting happened. And it instantaneously, like, I don't know, superhuman fucking Riz. Like, I don't know, he put, like, Zohran Mamdani decided to put all of his D&D stats into fucking charisma and then charmed the fucking president of the United States with it. It's insanity to me.
The whole thing would go down.
In a way, they both sort of need each other politically as well, right? So President Trump going into the midterm, you look at today's vote in the House brought on a resolution condemning socialism. That's no doubt going to be seen between now and the 2026
Yeah, we saw this already. Yeah, the showdown with socialism. It was being played up. It was going to be, like, stupid and fucking dramatic, and it, like, total like, honestly, like, what else are you supposed to say besides total Mamdani victory? Like, total Mamdani victory. It's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, do I condemn the USSR? Yes, I totally condemn the USSR, folks.
Well, do they need each other politically? I don't really know. I don't think the president's going to be reaching out to my...
No, I mean, they need each other to be, like, the leverage points against each other because of the extremes.
Yes, well, that's right.
Well, it's not quite right. At least it's not quite how it all went down. The President of the United States was undeniably charmed by the 34-year-old Democratic Socialist. And to be clear, Mamdani didn't suck up to Trump. He stayed upbeat and relentlessly on message, as he has for the entire length of his mayoral campaign. Trump just seemed to genuinely like the guy.
We've just had a great meeting, a really good...
We've talked consistently about why he likes Zohran Mamdani. It's the main character energy. The fucking vibes. He's strong. Unlike the Democrats, who are pathetic and weak.
Productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people. Starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built. And
did such a good job.
Food and prices. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a
so
strong
much
and
help
safe New York.
for
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, if you're seeing that for the first time because you're, like, working today, yes, your reaction right now that you're having right now is the reaction of everyone who is watching this, okay? And then, once Trump opened things up for questions, he actually ended up running interference for Mamdani from some of the very same right-wing people he had invited to grill Mamdani.
Mr. President, Republican Lisa Biden has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and you say things sometimes in a campaign.
You used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would, especially after the...
Just listening to this again, it's shocking. But like, if you again look at this through the analysis of, this isn't about ideology, because Trump doesn't fucking believe in anything. He believes in fucking nothing. But he wants to be a main character. He wants the fucking vibe so badly, and has always projected that he is a main character, when in reality it was a con. It was always a fucking con. He was lying about being a fucking main character. You look at it through that lens, this behavior makes perfect fucking sense. Because again, he is attracted to those he sees as incredibly strong, or sees himself in as well. And that's exactly the point here with fucking Zohran Mamdani. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. And I think this is from a lot of the liberal media that I've also seen as well. That was the same thing that they came away with too. Game fucking recognizes game. If the Democrats are smart, they would recognize that. But unfortunately, they're too cucked to the corporations and the rich and the lobbyists. So guess what? They're never going to have the exact same fucking game. Ever. They're too weak and pathetic and petulant as a fucking party. And same with the Republicans. Do you really think that Trump likes the sycophants that he has around him? No. Do you really think that he likes even his constituents? Fuck no. He hates them. He despises those people. Why? Because he sees them as like weak losers who just will follow him just because of like their blind loyal, like their blind sort of like love to him. That he doesn't think that there's anything genuine behind that. He's incredibly fucking rich. He's been around sycophants his whole life. What he really wants is the adulation of those who he perceives as strong. I wouldn't be surprised that even all the fucking billionaires who decided to bend the knee to him, he probably also fucking hates them as well, because it's just like, they're all just being weak fucking losers. I wanted to just be strong because they would recognize me as strong, not because, like, you know, I managed to muscle my way into power. But because in reality, do you think like any of these fucking billionaires actually like Trump? Fuck no. None of these people actually like Trump. They don't think of him as like strong because of anything that Trump did as like an individual. Absolutely not. They see him as a sort of, I was going to say avenue, as like basically someone who they have to sort of cavort about and deal with for the express purpose of, generally speaking, God, I'm trying to think where exactly I'm going to go with this. Basically just like see him as someone that they have to deal with, but not actually really like all that much in general. I hope that kind of just like makes a little bit of sense here. Like, they don't like the fact that they have to deal with someone like fucking Trump. They're just dealing with him because it's like, well, he's the one who's currently in power right now, and we have to fucking suck it up, buttercup, and just deal with it. So, this is the kind of situation that we're just kind of in right now. So, whatever. And that's generally speaking how it is seen with a lot of these people. Like, they don't actually like Trump. None of these people actually like Trump all that much, but he's the one who managed to muscle his way into power, so it's just like, well, we gotta fucking deal with him now, and the only thing he likes is absolute fucking sycophancy towards himself, so, we're just going to be absolute fucking sycophants. But Trump in reality doesn't really like that unless there's, like, some genuine, like, thought and meaning behind that. Like, because otherwise he's just gonna think it's weak, and it is, generally speaking, really, really fucking weak from these people. They're not being genuine with it, and he probably senses that. But with like people like Zohran Mamdani, who's willing to plant his feet on the ground and be strong, and isn't going to be a sycophant to him. Trump, I think, at the back of his mind knows that. Absolutely not. He sees that as the strength that he wants to embody. He wants to embody that so bad, and as a result, he likes Zohran because of that.
Absolutely.
Just days ago, you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said he is worse than and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views.
I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together.
Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes. Okay. That's easy.
You can just say it!
It's okay. You can just say, yes, I'm a fascist. Okay. Yeah, we're...
Genuinely fucking insane. That's like the craziest fucking line out of all of this. Like, if you just want to call me a fascist, make it easier. Hey, fuck it, whatever, who cares? Just call me it, I don't care, whatever. Incredible, man. Incredible.
Where were we? What? And going into this meeting, it always seemed plausible that Trump would wind up liking Mamdani. I mean, the mayor-elect perfectly fits the mold. He's a telegenic winner. He's got clear star power. He is, in one of Trump's favorite words, hot right now. But I don't think anyone expected the president to be quite so effusive, and Fox News was pretty clearly stunned. I think J.D. Vance is jealous. I think the president wants to use him as a running mate. They really got along fantastic.
It was a surprise to see those two getting along as well as they did. A couple of times I asked the mayor-elect a tougher question, and the president...
Oh, yeah, by the way, this was the stupid dumbass who I think asked him about that, which question? I'm getting attacked by the phlegm demons right now. I asked him that dumbass question about, I think it was Israel-Palestine or something. It was a really stupid question, where it was just like, no, it was the fascist question. Yeah, this was the lady who asked him about the fucking fascist question, and the Trump was just like, oh, you know, you can just call me, hey, whatever. I don't really care. Hey, fuck it. You know, I've been called worse. It was her who fucking asked that question, and she decided to go on fucking Fox News and immediately start fucking coping and seething about it. It's insane. It's insane. They tried to do everything possible to break up the fucking relationship, and they failed miserably. It's incredible.
Almost helped him dodge it.
This was a love fest. It's a respect fest. Respect fest. Now, Mayor like Mamdani is the one who requested the meeting, but I think it was the Trump administration that hoped to co-opt some of his credibility. I mean, Mamdani's whole deal, the driving force behind this successful and truly improbable campaign, has been, as you've heard 1,000 times now, the issue of affordability. And the first time, remember this, the first time many New York voters outside of his district heard of Mamdani was when he shared this video online basically exactly a year ago, and it was just a week after the election. And he went and spoke to voters in working class communities of color where Trump had overperformed, where he gained a huge vote share. And when asked why, the answer was clear: affordability.
The swing is because people want lower prices. They probably believe that Trump will give them that.
Very, very good video, by the way. Very, very good video.
Energy, gas,
La comida, food.
Most of these people are working families. They're working 1 to 2, 3 jobs, and rent is expensive. Foods are going up, utility bills are up.
And that's your hope, to see a little bit more of an affordable life?
Yeah, that's true, Alex.
Now, that insight was key for a number of reasons. First, it was a proof of concept. The running campaign merely singularly focused on the cost of living could be a successful strategy, both for Mamdani, who again was polling at 1%, and also we've seen Democrats nationwide, but also, and this is really important, because it completely undermines the Trump administration's entire theory of why they won. During the campaign and its immediate aftermath, Donald Trump knew that affordability was his best issue. Remember how much he talks about groceries, like he invented the term? There's him posing with some Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Since then, everyone seems to have forgotten about it entirely in the Trump administration. The new theory that was adopted by Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and parroted all too often in the press, even before all the votes were counted a year ago, was that the election was actually a referendum on right-wing culture war. That Americans hated wokeness and they wanted to own the libs, and they were mad at COVID restrictions and had enough of trans people.
Yeah, nonsensical, by the way, right? Very, very good. Chris Hayes is pretty much hitting everything on the fucking... This is all the exact same shit that I've said, which is why they got fucking trounced in those recent elections on that one Tuesday earlier in this month. Like, they got fucking annihilated because they did the exact same strategy again, where it was supposed to be a referendum against fucking wokeness because of the successes of fucking Transgate. No one gives a fuck about trans people. That's like one of the lowest rated issues and lowest talked about and focused on issues. All people fucking care about is the fucking economy, stupid, which Donald Trump is, well, he talked about. Lied about it, obviously, but guess what? He mentioned it, and the Democrats fucking didn't. Kamala Harris did mention it on earlier, talking about how she wants to stop grocery chains from price gouging. Genuinely an actual good policy. Like, yes, this is good. You should talk about this. Talk about stopping the fucking price gouging, because that's the exact same thing that we also did in fucking Canada. We have a team in the federal government that does inspections of like grocery trains, trying to do price gouging and a bunch of other bullshit with like underweighing packaged meat, for example, and selling them up for a marked up price. Very, very common thing that gets reported by CBC within Canada specifically, and a lot of that shit gets fucking stopped. A lot of that fucking got stopped, and it was very, very popular. And that fucking team in particular that's meant to do those fucking inspections. Very, very popular within Canada. Because, again, there's been so many instances of all these grocery trains price gouging Canadians. Very, very many instances of this. Now, of course, other issues, of course, within Canada. Blah, 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 blah. The economy is bad, yada, yada, yada. You know, it's a whole fucking other sort of mess there. But, that was the exact same thing that Kamala Harris also talked about. And she decided to drop it because of Joe Biden basically being a petulant, pathetic, egotistical moron. So, you know, could have had something to bash Trump over the head with. Decided to drop it for no reason. Oh, 1,000% Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, he does use it as a wedge in order to vote bank. But is he actually going to do anything about the issue? Absolutely not. He doesn't give a fuck about it.
The White House insisted the median voter basically had the politics of Stephen Miller. That was always total nonsense. Yep. Donald Trump won by 1.5 points because a relatively small number of voters in the overall pool of voters moved from one column to the other over the fact that stuff costs too much money. Mm-hmm. And at this point, a year out, that's about as clear as day. That was Zohran Mamdani's central insight. Exactly, a year ago today, basically. Trump, by contrast, has refused to learn the lesson of last year's election. He has done nothing on the cost of living. In fact, he has made the problem much worse with his unilateral tariffs. So now, nearly a year into this administration, J.D. Vance has to go out and beg the voters to be patient.
We understand that there's a lot more work to do, and the thing that I'd ask for the American people is a little bit of patience. This economy was not harmed in 10 months.
A little bit of patience. Why don't you guys hold your horses? Cool down a little bit. We're going to get there.
By the way, this is the exact same. This isn't just the president, vice president of the United States. This has been the entire fucking cabinet. Howard Lutnick, has been consistently talked about, like, oh, the tariffs will bring in, like raise GDP by like 6% or some shit. It's like, oh. Yeah, dude, because that's what Americans are going to fucking care about. Same with Scott Bessant, same with Kevin Hassett. All these motherfuckers were talking about, like, we have to see the benefits of the tariffs in the summer. Well, we have to see the benefits of the tariffs in the fall. Well, we have to see the benefits of the tariffs in early 2026. And they keep pushing it back and back and back. They're doing that for a very specific reason. Because they are liars.
Donald Trump repeatedly promised to bring down prices on day one, and not just lower the rate of increase, like bring them down. Everything would be solved right away. But the economy's worse than when he took over. The administration is...
By the way, also, very smart of Zohran, he consistently hammered Trump over that on the fucking campaign trail. Brings it up constantly.
Spiraling. Trump's approval ratings are cratering. His own party's starting to buck him, and each day he inches closer and closer to being a complete and total lame duck. So today, the oldest man ever elected president invited the 34-year-old Democratic Socialist to the Oval Office and lavished praise on him and started talking about affordability. He even took to social media later in the day to post about what a great honor it was meeting Zohran Mamdani, the new mayor of New York City.
Such a great honor.
Photos of the men together in various parts of the White House, and even this shot of Mamdani alone in front of a portrait of FDR. A truly improbable, hilarious, full circle moment for this administration and the formerly obscure figure now standing smiling in the Oval Office.
Complete, total Mamdani victory. But, you know, I was going to go over this clip specifically. Unfortunately, Chris Hayes, you bastard, you stole my fucking thunder. Yeah, like, these guys are also fucking fawning over that. They have no idea how to fucking engage with this. But we also have fucking Laura Loomer. She has no idea how to fucking engage with this either. Like, the Democrats will have a landslide in the midterms after today. Mamdani is the face of the Democratic Party. We all know why this is a stupid fucking talking point. It's not going to work. But whatever. He supports open borders, cashless bail, jihad, anti-white racism, and the end of Western civilization. Again, that's just nonsensical. Like, this is not going to work. Like, in terms of the fucking Democratic constituency, they'll be like, oh, great, fantastic, very, very cool. And, I mean, she's lost in the fucking sauce. She gave fucking Trump that absolute fucking dome, that super, super fucking sloppy toppy. And she's a dyed-in-the-wool fucking Nazi, so who's now huffing that fucking copium, being like huffing it. Just huffing it. Like, and this is not the only one. Another one. I predict millions of GOP voters are going to be sitting out in 2026. It's sad to see. Hopefully we codify President Trump's agenda, stop the judicial coups, and get mass deportations before the Democrats win in 2026. Again, she's also spiraling. This is fucking nonsensical. Dude, you just don't have the fucking main character energy. None of you people have it. None of you have it. Third fucking tweet about this. Socialists are doing a good job, then I guess nobody needs to vote them out in the midterms. If you're a Republican, why not just stay home in 2026 and 2028 since Mamdani's policies are amazing? I'm confused. No need to oppose the left, I guess. Again, completely and utterly fucking defeated. All because of this one meeting. It is incredible. They are falling apart. They have nothing. They can't fucking fight against the mom date. He's too powerful. He's way too strong. But, you know, just to throw how much I fucking hate lefties in all this, we have this fucking dumbass here talking about Zohran joining the fucking fascist governing coalition. What kind of schizophrenic nonsense are you talking about? This is some clown shoe shit. What did he capitulate on during that fucking meeting to Trump? If anything, Trump came to his fucking side on the fucking positions that he was constantly on message and on board for. It's a lie. Trump doesn't actually fucking believe in any of that shit, but Mamdani didn't have to change anything. He stayed on fucking message. And basically even said that, Zohran basically, as Brad Lander is saying here, charming Trump into agreeing that he's a fascist. Like, this is nonsense. This person is a, psychotic fucking freak. But I expect nothing less from this complete fucking dumbass, because she has been on an absolute fucking crash out spree about this. Again, this is also how, the Republicans are also trying to spin this, talking about, Trump is, so hilarious and funny. I can't believe he so easily tried to bait Zohran Mamdani into calling him a fascist, and like, you know, it's unironically like the Wojak crying behind the fucking happy mask meme, like unironically with all these dumbasses saying like, like Trump is so hilarious, talking about saying like it's okay for him to be called a fascist because Zohran Mamdani said that before. Man, so hilarious. Like, this is try to be a fucking dig on the media. There's that one fucking dumbass Fox News Barbie who asked that exact same question, who eventually coped about it on fucking Fox News after it happened. Like, it's incredible. Like, they're all just crying. It's incredible. Like, these are all your guys. These are your stooges that are making you, like, asking your exact fucking questions. Like, this is insane. They have nothing. The messaging, it's all just scatterbrained. It's nonsense. And even fucking JD Vance is falling for it. They are falling for their own propaganda. It's insanity. They have nothing. He has the fucking mandate of heaven. He is the one that is chosen by all the dragon emperors. He is the one. He is the one who's going to drag the rotting carcass of the Democratic Party into the fucking light, into something significantly fucking better. And this fucking troglodyte wants to basically throw all that away for what exactly? I don't know, some form of like leftist fucking purity. Like what the fuck is this? What, the regime is openly bragging about being fascist while shining the new face of the DSA? Social Democrats is shaking the Führer's hand and laughing along with them. All of the MLs who are a part of DSA are talking about like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? No, it's just a left-leaning organization. You're stupid. You're crashing out for like literally nothing from this like stupid fucking LARPer. The same with people like Kshama Sawant, who also talked about how it was a bad meeting. Same with people like, I saw tweets from like Brianna Joy Gray saying like, what the fuck is going on right now? She had nothing because, again, they have no idea about how to play this politically, because all of these people are grifters. They believe in absolutely fucking nothing besides like some form of like Puritan authoritarian socialism that doesn't actually exist or make any sense and is ideologically completely and utterly incoherent. I don't think there's really anything like, what else is there to say besides total Zohran fucking victory? The right is floundering. They have no idea how to respond to this. Trump fawning over Zohran Mamdani with his supernatural fucking riz and main character energy, which is the thing that Trump has always wanted. And now they're fucking best friends all of a sudden. It is incredible. A lot of people think that they're trying to fucking like Trump is trying to like co-opt Zohran Mamdani. Trump doesn't know how to fucking do that. His brain is too fucking mush. Like, he'll say all that shit like 1 second, and another second he'll just say like some other random bullshit. This isn't a co-opting of affordability. He's already tried to do that, and it's blatant and clear that that is a complete failure. People see that as a complete fucking canard. But people like Zohran Mamdani actually do fucking care about that. So, again, cope and fucking seethe, stupid dumbass right-wingers, and LARPy fucking lefties. Zohran Mamdani, he has the mandate. He has the mandate of fucking heaven. He is the one who is going to bring out the rotting carcass of the Democratic Party into the light for something that is going to be significantly better. And nobody, and I mean nobody, knows how to fucking deal with that shit. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, you would never see Trump say this exact same shit to people like JD Vance. He is so fucking cooked. And Zohran Mamdani truly has the supernatural fucking riz that seemingly nobody else can have. Genuinely fucking incredible, dude. Oh, man, dude. Actually fucking insane, dude. He has the mom date, folks. Let me tell you, he is the one above all else. It's been a fucking day, man. Like, this day has been a day. Listen, it's a good thing that this day happened the day before I was about to have to go touch grass. Because, it's incredible to me. There's like, what else can you say? Incredible. What a day, dude. What a fucking day. They're saying that it's truly insane, folks. Because you want to know what it is? Like, people like Black Red Guard were obviously defending, was defending Zohran Mamdani, right? From like all the stupid dipshit Marxist, because it's a minority of Marxist-Leninists who are complaining about Zohran Mamdani, like a very terminally online fucking stupid morons who barely know anything about fucking politics. Because say what you will about people like Black Red Guard, he is a through and through stand for the fucking DSA. He likes the DSA. He does a lot of work for the DSA, even the New York DSA. And he was just, and I think like his response to this is just like, it's like, yep, that's right, that's our fucking boy, DSA, born and bred and raised, who just walked in and just completely mogged the fucking president of the United States of America. And it's like damn straight, he did fucking do that. It's incredible. And then now we have like every other fucking grifting moron saying like, this is why, you know, I don't think is he an anarchist now? I thought he was still a Maoist. I don't even know, honestly. Anywho, we have like every other like 3 IQ fucking moron being like, you know, this is clearly what Stalin meant by liberal. This is like all liberal fascism. Social democracy is the left wing of fucking fascism. Yeah. It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, he capitulated on nothing. Like, this is nonsensical. He just went there, fucking put his dick on the table, said to Trump, "Suck it," and Trump started sucking it. That's what he did. Like, unironically. He whipped out his dick, said, "Suck it," and that was that. Over. It's just like, holy shit. Genuinely fucking incredible. But, unfortunately, people are fucking 3 IQ and stupid, so whatever. Yeah, you charped a half-conscious submissive freak. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing with that half-conscious submissive freak, Alex. He's a very powerful half-conscious submissive freak. One who is very prone to doing a lot of stupid bullshit. Anyway, let's get started with this. And as if this day could not get any fucking crazier, Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of Trump's most loyal fucking sycophants, is announcing her resignation. Holy fucking shit, dude. This is fucking wild. Like, I mean, we just talked about the fucking Zohran Mamdani thing with the meeting with Trump, how Trump started fawning all over him, and now this. And if you know anything about Marjorie Taylor Greene, she was through and through just a loyalist for Trump, even when it was politically detrimental for her. Loyal to Trump. Loyal. And, well, I honestly, Alex, I think it's a lot of the exact same shit that I said before. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she thought through her sheer sycophancy to Trump that she would be able to gain more prominence within the Republican Party, that she would be able to climb up the social fucking ladder. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't fucking believe in anything. She believes in stuff that's going to benefit her primarily. And guess what? Trump actively snubbed her, and as a result, she started doing her political fucking revenge tour, right? Same thing with Thomas Massie, right? Exactly the same thing with Thomas Massie. Trump doesn't really like sycophants all that much because he's been around them his whole life. He wants people to be loyal to him, obviously, but not to be, like, overly sycophantic and extremely praising of him. We all know about Marjorie Taylor Greene fondling the fucking chest and almost fondling the balls of that fucking Trump cardboard cutout. Trump doesn't like shit like that. That's like weak, cucked beta shit. He wants people who are main characters, who have the vibe, who have the energy. He sees people like Marjorie Taylor Greene in the same way that he sees his constituents. A bunch of, like, sheep that he's meant to herd around, but not actually have, like, any attachment to and not really like all that much, but people that he can use in order to get to power. And now Marjorie Taylor Greene has expended that sort of utility for him, and now she's been basically discarded. Who gives a fuck about Marjorie Taylor Greene? It's like, I don't care about that shit anymore. She's like, I mean, she likes me and everything and all that, but it's like, it's a little weird. Like, I don't give a shit about all that stuff. And, like, Marjorie, you know, it's just Marjorie, whatever. And that's all that there is to it. Like, her usefulness as a sycophant to Trump, it's over. There's nothing for her like, that she can keep pushing for Trump. Like, it's unironically, like, the meme with, like, from Toy Story where Andy grabs Woody and just, like, drops him and says, like, I don't want to fucking play with you anymore. And that's what it is. And now she doesn't have the backing of the fucking cult anymore and is probably going to resign and move on to, I don't know, probably do some, like, other grift or some shit. Who the fuck knows? Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene has already significantly benefited monetarily from this sort of political venture. She became, like, a household name and gained a lot of prominence and money as a result of this. So she can, like, safely retire and just fuck off and do nothing for the rest of her life. Her grift is basically fucking complete, and now she's deciding to fucking leave. But what does she have to say for herself? Because I think that she is resigning on January 5th. January 5th. Like, that is not long from now, and that's going to be an empty seat. Probably not for the Democrats to claim, but someone else is going to go in there.
Hi, everyone. I've always represented the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives, which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C., and just never fit in. Americans are used by the political industrial complex of both political parties.
Okay, well, no, people don't like you because you're like a conspiratorial fucking crank who doesn't really believe in much in anything. That's why people do not like you.
Election cycle after election cycle, in order to elect whichever side can convince Americans to hate the other side more. And the results are always the same. No matter which way the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American man or woman. The debt goes higher.
So here's the thing. She's not wrong when she says all that stuff, but she doesn't address any of the fundamental root causes and root basis of the issues either, because she also ostensibly benefits from it. Although, honestly, with Marjorie Taylor Greene, she doesn't take any corporate PAC money, doesn't take any APAC money, doesn't take anything from any lobbies at all whatsoever. But she still ostensibly has written legislation and gone along with all of Trump's sort of positions that benefited the rich. If you actually cared about fighting the rich and fighting the, I don't know, quote-unquote political industrial complex, then you want to fight the billionaires, the corporations, and the fucking rich. But you never did that. Ever. You just went along with what Trump said because you were a sycophant to Trump. And you are a sycophant who got fucking burnt by Trump, by the fucking cult leader, and you decided to abruptly fucking leave the cult. So much so that the cult leader noticed and decided to fucking burn you for it. And you're starting to feel that fucking burn and you want out. That's what it is. Like, you decided to go against the cult and now you're facing the fucking consequences of it. Don't believe any of this bullshit that she says about, like, this whole right-leaning populist shtick. It's nonsensical. She's lying. She doesn't actually believe in any of this shit. It's a bunch of hooey. Bunch of nonsense. She's just saying this because that's what she feels like is supposed to play well to the Trump base, the populist base that she's trying to cultivate. But in reality, she doesn't even care about any of that stuff. Well, maybe the fucking anti-Semitism, but that's a different story. Like, there's nothing here from Marjorie Taylor Greene. And, I mean, she used all of that sort of adulation and fame in order to, well, become a fucking prominent star, politically speaking, and a millionaire in and of herself. She benefited heavily from all of this, monetarily speaking, politically speaking, and socially speaking, from her fucking ventures right now. And now being rather abruptly kicked out of the cult because of the fact that she got burnt by the cult leader because she wanted to gain more prominence and wanted to fulfill more of her ambitions. Of course, Trump said no. She decided to actively try to backstab the fucking cult leader. It failed miserably, and now she's receiving a ton of fucking backlash for it, and she is now deciding to back off and leave and capitulate. That's all there is to it.
Corporate and global interests remain Washington's sweethearts. American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by illegal labor or legal labor by visas or just shipped overseas. Small businesses continue to be swallowed by big corporations. Americans' hard-earned tax dollars always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interest. And the spending power of the dollar continues to decline. The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income, as both parents have to work in order to simply survive. And today, many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream. And that breaks my heart. I ran for Congress.
Again, like I said before, all this popular shtick from her, canard. It's bullshit. She's been in power and a very prominent voice within the Republican Party for a long time, and she never really said any of that stuff and never really did anything about that at all whatsoever, and went along with all the bullshit from the Republican Party. Again, like, if this was in the Democratic Party, this would make a lot more sense. But she's a part of the Republicans. The Republicans have never at all been for the working class, ever. They have never been for the average American. All they have ever done is pass tax cuts for the rich. That's it. That's like literally the only policy that these motherfuckers ever pass at all whatsoever, through like budget reconciliation or through like, I don't know, budget bills consistently, because that's like the only thing that Congress ever gets accomplished is just passing a fucking budget bill, because they have to do that. Otherwise, there's like, they basically accomplish nothing else. Nothing else. Just nothing besides budget bills, because they have to pass that shit. And you basically did nothing in order to fucking change any of that. Now, you could be saying, Daho, well, that's a little hypocritical. It's not like the squad is doing anything about this. Yeah, but the squad is, they have more independent voices in comparison to the fucking Democrats. They're not going to fucking leave the fight. They're going to still try to fight and do something about this. Marjorie Taylor Greene is more than likely leaving because she's actively spurred the cult, and the cult is trying to come after her, and she wants to get the fuck out now, because it's just like, well, now it's a fucking danger. Obviously bad for Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know, if someone's violent against her, that's obviously not a good thing. But the thing is like, when Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying all this shit, it rings rather hollow. If a squad member is saying this, there's more principle. There's more weight to it. I believe them more when they say that they care about trying to push back against corporate oligarchy. That's what it is. For Marjorie, I don't believe this for even one fucking second. It's a canard. Nonsense. She's just doing this to gain more power and prominence for herself.
In 2020 and have fought every single day believing that Make America Great Again meant America first. I have one of the most conservative voting records in Congress defending the First Amendment, Second Amendment, unborn babies because I believe God creates life at conception and I love to fight for the little guy. Strong, safe borders, I have fought hard for that. I fought against COVID tyrannical insanity and mandated mass vaccinations, and I've never voted to fund foreign wars with your hard-earned tax dollars. However, with almost 1 year into our majority, the legislature has been mostly sidelined. We endured an 8-week shutdown, wrongly, resulting in the House not working for the entire time, and we are entering campaign season, which means all courage leaves and only safe campaign re-election mode is turned on in the House of Representatives. During the longest shutdown in our nation's history, I raged against my own speaker and my own party for refusing to proactively work diligently to pass a plan to save Americans' health care and protect Americans from outrageous, overpriced, and unaffordable health insurance policies. The House should have been in session working every day to fix this disaster, but instead America was force-fed disgusting political drama once again from both sides of the aisle on television every single day. My bills, which were...
Sorry, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, besides the fact that you also actively contributed to that as well, but again, privatized media. That's the consequences of it. People just want to make their fucking money. That's all that matters to these motherfuckers. You not recognizing this is, I don't know, not really surprising. Like, of course, like, that was going to happen. That's just how it is, dude. Like, this has always been the fucking case. But then again, like, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Marjorie doesn't in reality care about any of this stuff. Again, like, if she actually wanted to do something about this, then she would have done something about this. Push for legislation, not go along with her fucking party if she really, really cared about the working class of America. But she benefited monetarily and culturally speaking from all this stuff. So, again, everything that she's saying here shouldn't be believed. It's all a canard. It's nonsense.
Reflect many of President Trump's executive orders, like calling for a new census counting Americans only to draw new districts, making English the official language of the U.S., making it a felony to medically trans a minor, and other bills like eliminating capital gains taxes on the sale of your primary home and eliminating H-1B visas. Just sit. They all sit collecting debt.
Capital gains taxes, for example, the only people who benefit from that is the rich, because they have the most valuable fucking homes. So, again, hey, I thought we were a hecking populist here, Marjorie. Well, what's going on with that?
That's how it is for most members of Congress bills. The Speaker never brings them to the floor for a vote. Many common Americans are no longer easily convinced by paid political propaganda spokespersons and consultants on TV and paid shills on social media obediently serving with cult-like conviction to force others to swallow the political party talking points. Because they know how much credit card debt they have, they know how much their bills have gone up over the past 5 years, they actually do their own grocery shopping and no food costs too much, their rent has increasingly gone up and up, they have been outbid by corporate asset managers too many times when they put in an offer to buy a house, they have been laid off after being forced to train their visa holding replacement, the college degree they were told to earn only left them in debt with no big 6-figure salary, they see more homeless people than ever on their own community streets, they can't afford health insurance or practically any insurance, and they just aren't stupid.
Yet, I don't know, like, what else are you supposed to say about this? You don't believe in any of this. You believe in none of this. You don't actually fucking care about this because you would have actually done something about this. But, you know, you don't give a shit about this, you know? Could have been the main arbiter of change for all this, but again, you still went along with all the fucking bullshit the Republicans did in terms of the fucking tax cuts. Tax cuts. There you go. You did not challenge the fucking oligarchy. They deemed you as a fucking useful political tool, and you going against the cult means that now you're fucking a fucking liability. So that's why you're being dropped off as basically nothing. Like, again, like, I'm just gonna keep saying the same point over and over again. All of this just rings hollow. It's all hollow. She doesn't actually believe in any of this. Like, it's nonsense. Like, she's a liar. She's doing the whole populist shtick right now because, again, like, she's trying to hedge her bets, I would say. Hedge her bets and say that when Trump dies, and he's going to die probably relatively soon because he is very old, when he dies, the sort of, like, coalition of MAGA, the Republican Party, they're not going to be able to recover from this. I would agree with that assessment. They're not going to be able to recover from the fact that Trump is dead. Who's going to take the mantle? Fucking J.D. Vance? Yeah, okay, nice meme, dude. Yeah, totally. JD's going to have a great time wrangling all these, like, stupid freaks or whatever. Yeah, for sure, totally. And you're just trying to hedge your bets, being like, well, you know, JD, I don't think he has it. Maybe I can hedge my bets with someone like, I don't know, Nick Fuentes' rag or like Tucker Carlson or some shit and try to push for better things for the American people. But in reality, do I actually care about any of that stuff? No. So I'm going to keep reiterating, I think, the same point over and over again. She's going to say all this stuff, and it's just going to keep ringing rather hollow.
These are the people I represent and love, because that is who all of my family and friends are, common Americans. I've been blessed to represent the 14th District of Georgia for 5 years. The district is filled with some of the most...
Oh, also, yeah, by the way, all the shit, I guarantee you, she's more than likely being coached to say this shit. I don't fucking believe her for, like, even 3 fucking seconds that she's genuine in any of this stuff. Someone told her to say all this shit. 1,000%.
Most wonderful, kind-hearted, God-fearing, patriotic, hardworking people you will ever meet.
So
Good,
patriotic.
regular, common Americans.
So patriotic.
I've worked hard to bring taxpayer dollars back home to help district needs. I impeached Biden's Secretary of Homeland after watching my constituents die as he facilitated dangerous open border invasion into America. And I led the effort to defund hard-left politically biased NPR and PBS and the corrupt USAID, and I did that as chair of the DOJ subcommittee. I have fought harder than almost any other elected Republican to elect Donald Trump.
That's not the flex that you think it is. So Doge is very unpopular. Nobody fucking likes that shit. I don't even know if Republicans like Doge all that much.
And Republicans to power. I traveled the country for years. I spent millions of my own money. I missed precious time with my family that I can never get back. And I showed up in places like outside the New York courthouse in Collect Pond Park against a raging leftist mob as Trump faced Democrat lawfare. Meanwhile, most of the establishment Republicans who secretly hate him and who stabbed him in the back and never defended him against anything have all been welcomed in right after the election. And I will never forget the day I had to leave my mother's side as my father had brain surgery to remove cancerous tumors in order to fly to Washington, D.C. to defend President Trump and vote no against the Democrats' second impeachment in 2021. My poor father and my poor mother, it was way too much for all of us. Through it all, I never changed or went back on my campaign promises and only disagreed in a few areas, like my stance against H-1Bs replacing American jobs, AI state moratoriums, debt for life 50-year mortgage scams, standing strongly against all involvement in foreign wars, and demanding the release of the Epstein files. Other than that, my voting record has been solidly with my party and the president. Loyalty should be a two-way street, and we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interests because our job title is literally representative.
But here's the thing. Trump wants you to be loyal, but not to be a sycophant to him, right? Doesn't want sheer, like, sycophancy. He wants people to... He wants miniaturized fucking versions of himself. And unfortunately, Marjorie, you're too much of a fucking sycophant. And you decided, yeah, loyalty should be a two-way street. Yeah, okay, buddy. Like, yeah, for sure. As if Trump is ever going to be loyal to someone else that's not himself. Like, nonsensical. Like, bullshit. No, that's not how Trump operates. For him, it's all about, like, main character syndrome, energy, vibes, and people, having a bunch of, like, people around him. Like, and being, like, the main character, right? And you decided to fucking actively go against that because of the fact that you got fucking spurned by Trump when you wanted to have pursuit for higher political office. That's all it is. And you tried to stab Trump in the back. He caught you trying to stab him in the back, and now you are facing the fucking consequences for it. And you want out. That's all that there is to it. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, this political movement, if you can call it that, is doomed to pretty much fail because it's built around one incredibly fragile, pathologically fucking narcissistic man. That being, of course, Trump, who will do anything possible in order to ensure absolute fucking loyalty to himself, and he never fucking adheres to that. If he feels like he can just stab you in the back and get away with it, he'll stab you in the back. The concept of truth to someone like Trump is anathema to him. He doesn't give a fuck about truth. He doesn't give a fuck about camaraderie ship. He doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. He is a pathological fucking liar and a narcissist. There's only one person that he cares about, only one numero uno, and that is himself. And if you actively try to get in the way with it and spurn any of that sort of like active like numero unus, oneness or whatever, this sycophancy, not sycophancy, but this main character energy that he has, then you're going to be left in the dust. And you're being left in the dust, Marjorie.
America first should mean America first and only Americans first, with no other foreign country ever being attached to America first in our halls of government.
Oh, totally.
Standing up for American women who were raped at 14 years old, trafficked and used by rich, powerful men should not result in me being called a traitor and threatened by the President of the United States, whom I fought for. However, while yes, hurtful, my heart remains filled with joy, my life is filled with happiness, and my true convictions remain unchanged, because my self-worth is not defined by a man, but instead by God, who created everything in existence. You see, I have never valued power, titles, or attention, in spite of all the wrong assumptions about me. I do not cling to those things because they are meaningless and empty traps that hold too many people in Washington. I believe in term limits and do not think Congress should be a lifelong career or an assisted living facility. My only goal and desire has
That is fucking funny, dude. Woof. She's directly burning him right now. Yeah, she's fucking pissed. Yeah, like, exactly, Alex. Yeah, she definitely values fucking Trump's attention, but Trump never fucking reciprocates. Trump doesn't want to give any of his, like, dumbass little underlings attention. He just wants them to have their loyalty, and that's that. Shut up, sit down, and be sycophantic to me, but don't expect anything in return. Again, like, I don't know. I like, at this point, I think it's just nothing more than a fucking fell for it again award for Marjorie Taylor Greene, because Trump always, what made his position rather fucking clear, and he's even his greatest fucking sycophants and the sort of like underlings and minions, he immediately would fucking stab in the back. Like Michael Cohen, stabbed in the back. Paul Manafort, stabbed in the back. There are so many people that Trump has fucking stabbed in the back because for him, he has allegiance to no one besides himself.
Ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first. And I fought against Democrats' damaging policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly, unsafe border policies, and the trans agenda on children and against women. With that has brought years of non-stop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats, lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could never withstand even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family, but it's been wrong to my district as well. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurt.
From what I understand, didn't she get like divorced recently from her husband, her Newsmax husband or something because of all this shit? Very funny.
And hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, and in turn be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026, and I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all, and may God bless America. Hi, everyone.
Fell for it again award. Like, there's nothing really to go in there. Everything else that she said is just drivel. It's drivel. It's nonsense. She doesn't actually believe any of it. She's mad about the fact that she got spurred by Trump. She wanted to become part of his inner circle. He said no. She had further political ambitions. He said no. And it's over. And then she decided to support the Epstein files and start going against Trump. And then Trump inevitably stabbed her in the fucking back. And now, as a result, she's resigning. Because of the fact that she's been stabbed in the back from the most, like, trustworthy, like, not trustworthy. Like, I'm trying to think of what the best term is. Like, from the most obvious of obvious backstabbers and liars on the fucking planet. And you decided to put your reservations and trust into that guy. Honestly, like, at some point, Marjorie Taylor Greene, people are going to start asking about your judgment, your ability to have judgment of fucking character. Because obviously that was going to fucking happen. And again, like, all these, like, the populist shtick, she doesn't actually believe in any of that stuff. Nonsense. She's just saying this stuff because she's been coached to fucking say this stuff. And I do think that she is probably correct in the assessment that MAGA, or Make America Great Again, or whatever, is probably going to die with Trump. There isn't a successor. No one's going to be able to guide that sort of like flailing political movement to something that's going to be beneficial for America first. That being like, I don't know, wanting to have anti-Semitism and being a white ethno-state, for lack of a better term. Let's be quite honest here. And that's all that there is to it. All this like populism shit from like her, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, it's nonsense, bullshit, complete bullshit. Don't believe any of these things from these millionaire fucking dipshits. They're all millionaires lying to you in order to gain power for themselves. And guess what? Her pathway to try to get power for herself got actively fucking snubbed by Trump, and now she's probably going to join along with people like Fuentes or Tucker Carlson or fucking Candace Owens, and to go along with this whole sort of America first, further right, anti-Semitic, dumbfuck populist movement that is currently trying to be forged out of the inevitable rotting carcass of the Republican Party. And because that's exactly what she is now hitching her fucking train to. Don't believe any of this fucking populist shtick from her. It's nonsensical. Bullshit. Complete, utter fucking bullshit. But real quick reaction here, talking about her sort of departure here. Kristen Holmes on MTG resigning. True believers are fewer and farther between, and she was a true believer. I think that part of her never thought it would get this bad. With President Trump, almost always loyalty is a one-way street, and she learned this the very hard way. Pretty much on point. She herself said that loyalty is supposed to be a two-way street. That is nonsensical. With a person like Trump? No, that is a fucking mistake, which is why I am saying that you are getting a Fell for It Again award. There's only one person, fundamentally speaking, that Trump has ever cared about, and that is himself. To do anything possible to get more and more power and adulation and control for himself. That is all that he has ever fucking cared about. Consistently. And you're just coming to that realization now that this shit was always a one-way street from the beginning, and now you're going to do all this like populist fucking song and dance to distract from the fact that you are a motherfucker who fell for the cult, realized that you fell for the cult, and now you want out of the fucking cult. No. That's not how this works. You're going to get spurred, you're going to get destroyed, and now you are no longer a political fucking relevant force. Maybe you hitch your ride onto the America First movement with people like Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, which is an ascendant movement coming out of the carcass of Make America Great Again, and you're trying to hedge your bets with that specifically, but that's all there is to it. Like, you're just mad about the fact that you got fucking stabbed in the back. You just realized that you got fucking stabbed in the back, that you got spurred by Trump, and that there's basically nothing you can fucking do about it. It's over. He wanted absolute loyalty, and now you're deciding to have second guesses about that, and he decided to lash out against you. But that's all there really is to it. Like, don't believe any of this bullshit from Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's just hedging your bets on a new fucking political movement so that she can grift off of it and gain more and more prominence for herself. That's all that there is to it. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides don't believe anything that comes out of Marjorie Titan Greene. She's just trying to hedge her bets on a new fucking political movement for her to try to get some form of benefit from. All this populist shtick, nonsensical. She doesn't believe any of that. If she actually cared about that, she would have actively voted against a lot of the bullshit that the Republican Party was voting for. But she never did. Never did. It's a complete canard. It's nonsensical. There's nothing here to it. She is just an empty husk who has now been discarded by the President of the United States of America. And that's all there really is to it. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. No, I can't believe that I've been ditched by the President of the United States of America. No. I'd be like that. It's Jover. So Jover. Alright. Final fucking meme. So Trump decided to put ahead a Ukraine peace point, or 28-point peace plan. There we go. Similar to that of the Israelis. Well, we all know how well that went with the Israelis. As in, it basically went nowhere. And from what I understand, he made this 28-point plan only with the Russians and with no consultation from either the Europeans or the Ukrainians. Seems pretty important to probably keep those guys in the loop and involved in the process, considering the fact that they are the ones who actively have to deal with the biggest consequences of this war, besides the Russians, of course. You actively just not letting them in on any of the peace negotiations or attempted constructions of the fucking 28-point plan seems rather nonsensical. But Volodymyr Zelensky decided to give a 10-minute address about all this. We're not going to go through all this, but the main point is in saying that he won't betray his country after Trump's peace plan talks with J.D. Vance, but that also with Putin, the attempted peace plan that we're going to go over eventually after we listen to what Zelensky says about this whole thing, because I've taken a look at it and it's nonsensical. It's a non-starter. Like I've said before, the reason why I compare this to the 21-point plan that he made with Israel is literally on the 21-point plan, Israel didn't follow any of the tenets of the deal, and that shit was immediately broken like the next day. Like it went absolutely fucking nowhere. It wasn't a deal. It's nonsense. It was a nothing burger. Complete fucking nonsense from the President of the United States. And again, the only reason why he's doing this is because, and I'll get to this eventually, he had to sign the Epstein files. He signed the bill. Recently, he signed the fucking goddamn bill for the release of the fucking Epstein files. He had to sign it because it was veto proof. It was unanimous from both the Senate and the House, and he was forced to sign it. And he's probably trying to come up with like literally anything possible to distract from the Epstein files, which I believe are slated to come out at about December 18th, I think. So that's going to be a couple weeks from now. Oh, that's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens with the Epstein files. And he's just trying to do anything possible right now to distract people from the fact that his dumbass is in the fucking Epstein files. In any case, why don't we take a look to what Zelensky has to say here.
Зараз один з найважчих моментів нашої історії. Зараз тиск на Україну один з найважчих. Зараз Україна може опинитися перед дуже складним вибором. Або втрата гідності, або ризик.
A loss of dignity or the risk of losing a key partner. What he's talking about there is the United States of America. Because Trump, as I probably saw coming, is going to use this as an ultimatum to make the Ukrainians capitulate to Russian demands. This was inevitably going to fucking happen, right? And I don't see that this is going anywhere. He's decided to make this deal without any of the input from the Europeans or the fucking Ukrainians themselves. The direct belligerent in the fucking conflict. A lot of people like to talk about how this is a proxy war between the Russians and the US, which I disagree with. I don't agree with that whatsoever. Trump deciding to actively snub the Ukrainians in the negotiations and the Europeans makes it such that becomes more and more the fucking case, or that there is more validity to that fucking talking point, even though it's nonsensical. Putin made it rather clear what his objectives were with this fucking war. Securing a legacy for himself, because he's also getting old, and he wanted to secure something as a long-lasting legacy for his people when he inevitably, well, retires or dies, because he's in his 70s and he's been allegedly having some health problems. Take that what you will, of course. But he decided to go ahead with this, like, complete quagmire of a war, essentially like Russia's Iraq, I would say. That's at least how I basically frame it. And go ahead with like a forever war that benefits no one and just immiserates the Russian economy, because that's exactly what it's doing. The Russian economy, I think they've been selling like gold reserves that they have in order to keep their economy afloat. It's not looking good for the Russians. They are being drained actively in this fucking war. And I don't see that this ceasefire proposal is going to really go anywhere, because again, the Ukrainians, Zelensky's he's not going to sign the fucking deal. Why should he? It actively betrays the fucking sovereignty of his people and the fact that they've wanted one thing only, and that is territorial restoration back to the 1991 borders. They're probably not going to get Crimea. That's probably not going to happen. But they want their territory back. That all voted in favor of, overwhelmingly, except for Crimea. The only one that almost did, that voted to almost stay with Russia was Crimea back in 1991 during that referendum at about 51%. Every other oblast within Ukraine was 70+%. A very solid supermajority of the country wanted to make their own country, their own state. And you're expecting to just have the Ukrainians give up a bunch of their land despite the fact that they were invaded and aggressed upon by the Russians? Why should they? Why should they? It's nonsensical.
Ключового партнера. Або складні 28 пунктів, або вкрай важка зима. Найважча та подальші ризики. Національний український інтерес має бути врахований. Ми не робимо гучних заяв, ми будемо спокійно працювати з Америкою та усіма партнерами. Буде конструктивний пошук рішень з нашим головним партнером. Я буду наводити аргументи, я буду переконувати, пропонувати альтернативи, але точно ми не дамо ворогу приводів сказати, що це Україна не хоче миру, що це...
And this has been consistent with Zelensky's rhetoric. He's been interested in negotiating a fucking ceasefire. He has been. He wants to negotiate some settled agreement, but dog, this shit's not it. Like, this, I think, is purely a fucking distraction from Trump to grab some fucking headlines somewhere to distract from the fact that he had to sign the Epstein files, the release of them, into law. A total fucking MAGA defeat in there specifically. Like, they had to get, to basically capitulate on the signing of the Epstein files that he fought tooth and nail to prevent the release of. And, well, as a result, he's now doing this random bullshit in order to distract from that defeat.
Вона зриває процес, і це Україна не готова до дипломатії. Але і Європа, і весь світ мають розуміти і іншу правду, що українці, перш за все, люди. І ми майже 4 роки повномасштабного вторгнення стримуємо одну з найбільших армій світу, і ми тримаємо лінію фронту.
That is true. They have been holding back the Russians. I mean, they're advancing rather slowly, and it's mostly because of the manpower problems the Ukrainians are having right now, because Zelensky doesn't want to do a mobilization of people because he knows that would be very, very unpopular with his people, so he's been he's been rather hesitant of doing a full-scale mobilization of the Ukrainian people to push out the fucking Russians. And they've been able to make a lot of progress with a bunch of small teams going around in like little buggies and small infantry teams to infiltrate the back lines and spot out artillery positions, mark them for drones to get attacked, right? And then the Russians are able to advance further and further because the Ukrainians are forced to retreat back. And that's generally the sort of thing that's been going on for the Ukrainians, and they can't really do anything about it because, again, they don't have enough men and positions in order to be able to stop these infiltration attempts by the fucking Russians.
У кілька тисяч кілометрів. І наш народ щоночі переживає обстріли, ракетні атаки, удари балістики, удари шахедів.
Yeah, and they've been basically getting attacked there because it's the winter again. So you know what the Russians are going to do? They're going to attack the energy infrastructure again of the Ukrainians to try to make them capitulate, to make the winter as difficult as possible for them, which is why you mentioned about the cold winter earlier within this speech.
І наші люди щодня втрачають когось із своїх близьких. І наші люди дуже, дуже хочуть, аби ця війна закінчилась. Ми, звісно, сталеві, але будь-який, навіть найміцніший метал може не витримати. І зараз єдність також потрібна нам, як ніколи, аби у нашому домі був достойний мир. Я звертаюсь зараз до всіх українців. Наші люди, громадяни, політики, всі. Треба зібратись, прийти в себе, припинити срач, припинити політичні ігрища. Держава має працювати.
Yeah, because from what I understand, there was a recent corruption probe that Zelensky rooted out and took care of not that long ago from some particular part. Because keep in mind, Ukraine is, or still is, a very, very fucking corrupt country. The basis of the establishment of the Ukrainians is still being fucked over by the Russians, by the Soviet Union. Has made the foundation of the country very, very shaky, to say the least. And they have had a very, very hard time being able to establish a foundation for themselves as a country, simply due to the fact there has been consistent outside forces, mostly from the Russians, fucking with them in order to, well, undermine them, to have them be fucking conquered. Once again, be a part of fucking Russia all over again. Another, like, Russian Empire taking the form of the Russian Federation instead of that of the Tsarist Empire and that of the Soviet fucking Union. Yeah, this isn't really like Zelensky's fault. He's been dealt a rather poor hand, and he's making the most of what he can do with that hand. And he's been able to do quite a bit with that rather poor hand. Aren't a lot of Yanukovych stooges still in government? From what I understand, yes. And yep, like those guys, very corrupt and are completely adherent to the Russian fucking position. They're traitors. They are traitors, simply put. And those guys need to be fucking rooted out. And corruption probes like this, especially for a poorer country like the Ukrainians, going to be rather difficult to do because they don't have as many resources to take on those fucking oligarchs.
Парламент воюючої країни має працювати об'єднано. Уряд воюючої країни має працювати ефективно. І всі ми разом маємо не забувати і не плутати, хто саме є сьогодні ворогом України. Я не зрадив Україну тоді, я точно відчував за своїми плечима підтримку кожного з вас, кожного українця, українки, кожного солдата, кожного волонтера, кожного медика, дипломата, журналіста, у всього нашого народу. Ми не зрадили Україну.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to take the fucking deal that the Trump administration's trying to force upon him. I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think he's going to do it. Because why should he, right? It's not a good deal. It's a pretty bad deal. But I negotiate all the best deals going on. I'm so good at negotiating deals. What's happening, Vladimir? I think you like my deal, folks. But he doesn't like my deal. I know what's going on.
Тоді ми не зробимо цього зараз. І я точно знаю, що у цей справді один з найважчих моментів нашої історії. Я не один. Наступний тиждень буде дуже непростим, насиченим на події. Ви дорослий, розумний, свідомий народ, який не раз це доводив. Який розуміє, що в цей час буде багато тиску політичного, інформаційного, різного, щоб послабити нас, щоб розсварити нас. Ворог не спить і робитиме...
Can I not have all these fucking recommendations? I'm trying to read the subtitles, you fucking fuckwits. Okay, nice meme.
Все, аби у нас нічого не вийшло.
I just feel bad for the guy, honestly. Like, he's been dealt a terrible hand, and then Trump won, and then it just been made worse. Not to mention, again, what Biden did. Biden also shares some part of the blame here because he decided to go ahead with the Clintonite strategy of drip feeding the Ukrainians a bunch of necessary arms with a bunch of arbitrary sort of stipulations in the uses of those weapons because of the Clintonite strategy of, if there is a war between the Russians and the Ukrainians, let them bleed each other out. So then we, the United States of America, can stand to fucking benefit. Complete fucking exploitation there in the minds of the United States of America at the expense of the fucking Ukrainians mostly, because the Russians, Putin doesn't give a fuck about his people. Like, he has his fucking oligarch buddies behind them, so he doesn't really give a shit about that. He has all his stooges behind them, and he felt like he could overwhelm and take out the Ukrainians really, really easily. Obviously, that ended up not being the case, and they ended up bleeding each other out, much to the chagrin of people like fucking Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, who suggested the strategy from the beginning. But there's only one person that you have to feel bad for in this particular case, and that's the fucking Ukrainians. They got fucked over. And you know it's a bad thing when Nigel Farage is also coming out against this fucking deal. Like, that this is one of the tenets of the deal, is that Ukraine is being asked to have its fucking army. Why should they? The Russians are still going to be hostile to it. This is just going to, because this is exactly what the Russians want. They want the Ukrainian army to be weakened in order, yes, Nigel Farage, because again, it is very popular in the UK to support the Ukrainians at every single degree. Very, 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 very popular position in Europe to support the Ukrainians, because again, they're the ones who have to deal with the belligerent assholes that are right next to them, that being the fucking Russians, and they do not like the fucking Russians. They do not like them whatsoever. They do not like them influencing their elections. They do not like all the far-right fucking weirdos and dipshits that keep getting put forward as a result of fucking Russian money. They don't like all the fucking interference and bullshit from the Russians. Europeans really do not like Putin and the Russian state whatsoever. They see them as a fucking detriment, a problem. Like, they're the ones who fucking caused this war. Now we have to deal with the consequences of it. The biggest war in Europe since World War II. We've been at peace this whole time, and these fucking assholes out east are making it worse for everybody. Fuck these motherfuckers. But I've been rambling on a little bit. We all know about the fucking peace plan. This Axios managed to get this. So we're going to go over it. But, you know, a little bit of context. I'm just curious here. So why it matters. The U.S. side is pushing Ukraine to make a deal on an aggressive timeline. So again, this is meant to be an ultimatum. He wants to, again, like I said before, get peace in Ukraine, get some kind of lasting ceasefire to distract from the fact that he had to fucking sign the Epstein files. Because that's purely what this is. It is purely a fucking distraction here. And despite the plan including proposals Ukraine has repeatedly rejected up to now, President Volodymyr Zelensky is not ruling it out. A senior White House official acknowledged the plan is not easy for Ukraine, but said the U.S. believes the war must end and that if it doesn't, Ukraine is likely to lose even more territory. So, again, the plan was drafted up by Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, with fucking input from Marco Rubio, of course, and Jared Kushner. Witkoff also consulted with Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev on the plan. Dmitriev told Axios he is optimistic about it because, unlike past efforts, we feel the Russian position is really being heard. A lot of fucking non-starter points that the Ukrainians already didn't agree with. There is a reason why the Russian position was constantly rejected by the Ukrainians, because they did not agree with it, and all of those proposals got shot down. Because again, we're going to see probably some of the Russian proposals. For example, that halving of the army, weakening the Ukrainian army, that's definitely a Russian proposal right there. So that gives the Russians more time to regroup and have a reinvasion be made easier. Quick preambles aside, why don't we take a look at the 28 points? Ukraine's sovereignty will be confirmed. A comprehensive non-aggression agreement will be concluded between Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. All ambiguities of the last 30 years will be considered settled. I guess that's in reference to the Minsk Accords. It is expected that Russia will not invade neighboring countries and NATO and will not expand further. Are the Russians actually going to agree to any of this? Well, that's a pretty big fucking question there in of itself. Personally, I don't trust them. You have no reason to fucking trust them. The Russians lie about literally everything. That's why. Why do you think Trump likes the fucking Russians so much? Because, like Trump, they also lie about as much as they fucking breathe. You can't fucking believe in anything that comes out of the Russians because they are not trustworthy. They are not a trustworthy fucking actor. They have consistently lied about their positions and lied about what they have said before consistently. So again, meh. No reason to believe in any of this. A dialogue will be held between Russia and NATO, mediated by the United States, to resolve all security issues and create conditions for de-escalation in order to ensure global security and increase opportunities for cooperation and future economic development. No reason not to have any of this stuff, because again, why should the Europeans believe anything from the Russians when they have constantly stabbed them in the back consistently? No reason to believe anything from them. Ukraine will receive reliable security guarantees. Separate document details in terms of the security guarantee. The U.S. and its NATO allies will treat an attack on Ukraine as an attack on the entire transatlantic community. So, being a part of NATO without actually being a part of NATO. Huh? Because we know that this is one of the things that Ukraine really wants. It's just like, yeah, okay, we're willing to listen out a fucking peace deal, but we need some kind of security guarantees to make sure that we don't get invaded again. So it's just like, what? So you want them to be a part of NATO without actually being a part of NATO. It's nonsensical. The size of the Ukrainian armed forces will be limited to 600,000 personnel. Ukraine's army currently has 800 to 850,000 personnel and had around 250,000 before the war, according to an Ukrainian official. So, with these two being added up, I don't think they'd be added up. So it's around 850,000. So it's not really being cut in half per se, but it's being cut rather significantly. Because again, the Ukrainians, if they were being expected to cut to the levels that the Russians wanted, non-starter. And I still don't think that this is going to be this is also probably going to be a non-starter for the Ukrainians as well. Again, like, why should they? They have no reason to trust the Russians. Like, why should they cut anything? It's nonsense. Ukraine agrees to enshrine in its constitution that it will not join NATO, and NATO agrees to involve in its statutes a provision that Ukraine will not be admitted in the future. Yet, there's a stipulation in here, a separate document detailing the terms of the security guarantee. The U.S. and its NATO allies will treat an attack on Ukraine as an attack on the entire transatlantic community. But you're saying that Ukraine shouldn't join NATO. This is nonsensical. Like, why would you say this? This is a direct contradiction. I think just based off of that alone, you can just throw this fucking deal out the window. Like, what's the point in reading the rest of this? You're saying that you're gonna give NATO protections to the Ukrainians, like you did in the fucking Minsk Accords. No one fucking followed up on that, and now you want to say that they're not going to be a part of NATO? Stupid. Don't station Europe. NATO agrees not to station troops in Ukraine. European fighter jets in Poland. U.S. will guarantee that they'll fucking receive compensation for the guarantee. This is some fucking Trump bullshit right here. That the U.S. we're gonna get so much money out of this from the Ukrainians. We love getting money. It's an extortion racket. This shit's not going to go anywhere. Ukraine invades Russia. Will lose the guarantee. Wait, what? Ukraine? I have to read. What? Ukraine invades Russia. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Okay, bro. Stupid. If Russia invades Ukraine, in addition to decisive coordinated military response, all global sanctions will be reinstated. Recognition of the new territory and all of the benefits of this deal will be revoked. Right, they're saying that they want to recognize Crimea and the Donbass and Luhansk as part of Russian fucking territory, as well as all the stuff that they have gained as part of Russian territory. Again, non-starter for the Ukrainians. They don't agree with this. If Ukraine launches a missile at Moscow or St. Petersburg without cause, the security guarantee will be deemed invalid. Why is this provision even in here? Dude, the only reason why they're launching missiles, not even at, like, the only targets, they've hit targets like Ministry of Defense buildings in Moscow, and otherwise they only hit oil refineries. Like, this is, again, nonsensical. Ukraine is eligible for EU membership and will receive short-term preferential access to the European market while this issue is being considered. A powerful global package of measures to rebuild Ukraine, but it's not limited to creation of Ukraine Development Fund. The United States will cooperate with Ukraine to jointly develop, rebuild, develop, modernize, and operate Ukraine's gas infrastructure. Of course, Trump wants the fucking gas. Joint efforts to rehabilitate war-affected areas for restoration, reconstruction, modernization, infrastructure development, extraction of minerals and natural resources. Again, for Trump, it's a mafia racket, right? Pure fucking racketeering. Pure fucking racketeering here from Trump. Mafioso fucking bullshit, 1000%. World Bank will develop a special financing package. Russia will be reintegrated into the global economy. And they're going to rejoin the fucking G8. Yeah, because of all the bullshit that they were pulling within Crimea. What happened, generally speaking, is that Russia got kicked out of the G8. That's why it's the G7 now. And as a result, they're now being rewarded for being utter fucking belligerents. Very, very cool. The United States will enter into a long-term economic cooperation agreement for mutual development in the areas of energy, natural resources, infrastructure, artificial intelligence, data centers, rare earth extraction projects, the Arctic, and other mutually beneficial corporate opportunities. Dude, this is not going anywhere, bro. This is nonsense. Like, we listen, we understand that you decided to invade and you gained a bunch of territory. So why don't you keep all that fucking territory that you guys got? We're going to extract a bunch of resources from the fucking Ukrainians, and we're going to cooperate with you guys. This is fucking nonsense. This is bullshit. This is going nowhere, dude. The Ukrainians and keep in mind, like I said before, the Ukrainians and the Europeans, no consultation in the making of this fucking peace plan. Like, when I said that this is the exact same shit as the Israeli deal, where it's just going to be broken pretty much immediately and it's going to go nowhere, and the Ukrainians are definitely not going to fucking agree to this. Oh, they are not agreeing to this because it is nonsensical and there's a bunch of shit in here that they don't agree with. Frozen funds will be used as follows. $100 billion in frozen Russian assets will be invested in U.S.-led efforts to rebuild and invest in Ukraine. It's just Trump wants to... He just wants to take all the money for himself. That's all that it is. Oh, speaking of the... Trump wanted to take all the money for himself. The U.S. will receive 50% of the profits from this venture. Europe will also add $100 billion to increase the amount of investment available for Ukraine's reconstruction. Frozen European funds will be unfrozen. The remainder of the frozen Russian assets will be invested in a separate U.S.-Russian investment vehicle that will implement joint projects in specific areas. Dude, it's racketeering. It's purely just racketeering. This is going nowhere, dude. I guarantee it. Like, if Nigel Farage is also coming out against this deal, nah, it's fucking cooked. Joint American-Russian Working Group on Security Issues. Russia will enshrine its policy of non-aggression towards Europe and Ukraine, as if the Russians have totally followed these non-aggression policies before. Same thing happened in the Minsk Accords, and they didn't give a fuck about any of that stuff. The United States and Russia will agree to extend the validity of treaties on the non-proliferation and control of nuclear weapons, including the START 1 treaty. The Ukraine agrees to be a non-nuclear state. It already was a non-nuclear state. Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant will be launched under the supervision of the IAEA, and the electricity produced will be distributed equally between Russia and Ukraine. Bro. What? Are you for real? With no strings attached? Ukrainians basically get none of this? are the Russians able to fucking benefit from all this extra electricity that's going to be generated from this nuclear plant? Yeah, okay, bro. Nice meme. Both countries undertake to implement educational programs in schools and society aimed at promoting understanding and tolerance of different cultures and eliminating racism and prejudice. Dude, the Trump administration's going woke. They're fucking a woke DEI. That's so fucking stupid, bro. Because all these like schizophrenic freaks believe that the Ukrainians were going after Russian minorities in the East when that was just not the fucking case. There was a civil war going on between Ukrainian separatists and the fucking army at that point in time. That was spurred on by the Russians. Stupid. Ukraine will adopt EU rules on religious tolerance. Both countries will agree to abolish all discriminatory measures. Oh, so you're just telling are you just asking the Russians to no longer exist as a state? Yeah, all Nazi ideology and activities must be rejected and prohibited? Oh, damn. I guess the Russians are going to get completely owned now. Because they're the fucking Nazis in this particular instance. This is so fucking stupid, bro. Crimea, Luhansk, Donetsk will be recognized as de facto Russian, including by the United States. Again, this is not going to go anywhere. Kherson and Zaporizhia will be frozen along the line of contact, which will mean de facto recognition along the line of contact. Again, these are non-starters for the Ukrainians. This is going to go nowhere. Russia will relinquish other agreed territories it controls outside the 5 regions. Ukrainian forces will withdraw from the part of the Donetsk Oblast that they currently control. Bro. They're just giving the entirety of the Oblast to the fucking Russians. That's insane to me, dude. This is an ultimatum for the fucking Ukrainians, forcing them to fucking capitulate for no reason. This is going nowhere. Like, nowhere. This is not gonna ultimately, like, the Ukrainians are not gonna fucking sign this. Not happening. Future territorial arrangements, both Russia and Ukraine undertake not to change these arrangements by force. Any security guarantees will not apply in an event of a breach of this commitment. Russia will not prevent Ukraine from using the Dnieper River for commercial activities, and agreements will be reached on the free transport of grain across the Black Sea. Again, the Dnieper is right by Kherson. That's that big river that's right there. That's the Dnieper. So I guess they're just being forced to share that along with the Russians for no fucking reason, because that's where the line of contact is. Very cool. Humanitarian committee will be established to resolve these outstanding issues. Remaining prisoners and bodies will be exchanged all for all. Civilian detainees and hostages will be returned, including children, because keep in mind, for the Russians, there is an element of cultural genocide in all of this. They took a bunch of fucking orphans that they made and brought them back into Russia in order to re-educate them. Again, Russification. A family reunification program will be implemented. Measures will be taken to alleviate the suffering of the victims. Ukraine will hold elections in 100 days, right? Because, again, the reason why there hasn't been elections in Ukraine for a very long time is because of the fact that they've been at war this whole time. The Constitution says, like, we can't have elections because we're at war with each other. But it's going to be kind of hard to hold those elections considering that a bunch of Ukrainians and Ukrainian citizens, because how are they going to deal with that? Because Luhansk and Donetsk and parts of Zaporizhia are all going to be held by the Russians de facto. So there's still Ukrainian citizens that are more than likely living in there. How are they going to vote in those elections? How are you going to take care of that stuff? Again, nonsense. Parties involved in this conflict will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war and not agree to make any claims or consider any complaints in the future. This agreement will be legally binding. Its implementation will be monitored and guaranteed by the Peace Council, headed by President Donald J. Trump. Oh, I'm sure he's going to do a great job at that. And sanctions will be imposed for violations. Once all parties agreed to this memorandum, the ceasefire will take effect immediately after both sides retreat to agreed points to begin implementation of the agreement. So yeah, no wonder the Russian representative likes this, because again, it's expected for the Ukrainians to basically completely capitulate to the Russian demands, for literally nothing in return. Yeah, this is going nowhere. This is a complete distraction here by the Trump administration to drag focus away from the fact that his dumbass is in the Epstein files. He wants to just probably throw out a bunch of bullshit as much as possible to distract people from the fact that his dumbass is in the Epstein files, and that there's a bunch of bullshit that's probably going to happen associated with that. This is a non-starter. The Ukrainians are more than likely not going to sign this because they weren't even consulted when this deal was fucking made. Same with the Europeans. This is going nowhere. It's a non-starter. Like, this is going to be nonsensical, and it's going to go nowhere. And it's going to be another ceasefire proposal that's going to ultimately be defeated by Trump because, again, he's a stooge for the Russians, and he is a stooge for those that he likes because of their authoritarian mindset, because he himself is also a wannabe fucking authoritarian. But yeah, this is not going to go anywhere. The Ukrainians are not going to agree with this. The Europeans sure as fuck are not going to agree with this. So, as a result of this, the war is going to keep going, and ultimately nothing's going to happen. And this attempted distractionary attempt from Trump specifically is going to amount to zilch. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, Trump, you're really bad at making peace proposals, my man. Shouldn't just give the fucking enemy basically everything that they want, and the other side of the coin basically absolutely fucking nothing that they want, and just having them forcefully agree to a bunch of shit that was already non-starters. Complete fucking bullshit from the Trump administration on this one, bro. But yeah, that peace deal is going absolutely fucking nowhere, man. Very cool. Harry Hampton. What are we reading out to today? Refresh the shit. Why don't we read out to Jason Society? Why not? Alright, dorks. Raid messages, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out with the Daho raid bot if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW week with the Daho raid bot. That's how we show appreciation to those that we raid into. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Sunday. I'll be back Sunday. Tomorrow I'm touching grass. But I will be back on Sunday, and we'll be doing our Yap session, I think, on common sense. I want to find something about common sense and start going after these stupid conservatives who soy out over common sense. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Sunday, not tomorrow. I'll be back Sunday. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.